Hi. Yes, thank you for letting me know the mic was off. I thought it was on this whole time. I checked it. I was like, my camera's on, my mic's on. So, yes, I just did my whole introduction. Now I probably need to do it again. Hello, and welcome to the Marathon Running Sprints. And the purpose of this stream is to uh, write as much as we can, at least for me. So marathon being in two different ways, right? So it's marathons all day long. Marathon doing 1 hour sprints. Use what's works for you. And then for me, I am trying to get caught up on my word count. It's not like I don't have like a monthly word count, but I have a yearly word count, 700,000. And I'm writing a lot, but not enough to meet 700,000 words for the year. So hopefully that's what I'm going to be doing. So hello, Weaver, how are you? Can't hear you. Mic's off. Thank you so much. I should have been paying attention. Instead, I was trying to think of everything I needed to say, which I didn't even get to. But yeah, if you don't know me, my name is Shannon. I write under the pen name of SC Huston. You're here on my channel where I run weekly writing sprints. I'm also the curse. I'm also the curse. I'm also the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and A Curse of Wings and Gems and the Clash of Goddesses series. So I'm hoping today I'm going to get a lot of words in. Last time I did a 12-hour writing marathon, I was editing. Yes, I was editing my third book in the series, which is my next book that I'll be having coming out with this series, Brides of the Dragon Kings. And I still need to do some editing, especially since I had edited up to chapter 8 and I have 26 chapters, and that's all of Act 1. And two of my readers, I have 3 readers who are reading it because I want to. It's not, I didn't ask for readers, but a couple of them were like, hey, I'd like to read what you're writing next. And I was like, okay. But they're catching up with those 8 chapters. So I probably should revise some more ahead because I have one more scene I need to add. But I really want to get word count in today. So I'm going to be working on, I think, chapter Act 2. I have notes. I've pulled up some of my notes, but I have more than what I have here on my screen. So I need to figure out where else I put my notes at so I can start on chapter Act 2. Yes. I'm like, I throw myself off now that I had no mic on. Doing edits today, or doing edits here. I hope to get 2 chapters done today. Nice. I need to be ruthless with it. Let's go. Alrighty. Yeah. So I need to find the rest of my notes, and then I'll get started on writing my next act. So I don't assume I'm going to get a whole lot of words. I should get some because when I'm drafting, I do speech to text and I do really fast, but probably not as much as I will get in later sprints when I have all my notes in front of me. I need to be, I didn't click on that. I need to be ruthless. I do have a question. I meant to add to this question. I kept running out of time this morning. How many projects are you currently working on? And I was going to add to it, like, and how do you decide which one to do right now? So just curious what everyone's doing. And for anyone who's not, they're not, if you're not here for writing, if you're here for something else, it can be, I put projects to mean anything, whether, if you're reading or whatever it is that you're doing. So looks like your camera was unplugged. Plug it back in or select a different camera. Huh. Have you guys had my camera at all today? I mean, I saw it was there when the intro was going. Eesh. Okay. I will work on the camera thing too. So, alrighty. Let's go ahead and get started with this first sprint. I'm going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right. I don't know if my camera will work, but that is the end of the first sprint. Oh my gosh, my cat is like yelling at my door. Is it working? Okay. My camera keeps falling out, so eventually it might just fall out and it just doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It is an older camera. So, but yeah, how'd you guys do? I found my notes on what I wanted to do next for my second act. Oh my Lord, the cat is not stopping. He's just like, meow, 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 meow. Oh my gosh. Go away, Loki. Anyways, sorry, the cat is not stopping. But yeah, so I found my notes I wanted for Act 2 of my third book that I'm working on. And they were kind of like all over the place. My notes were, they didn't really make a lot of sense. So it took me a little bit to get through them. And then I realized like I needed some like a transition scene from where Act 1 left off to going into what I have next for Act 2. Lord, I don't know if y'all can hear his cat. Hopefully not. He is not stopping. But okay, give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna go get him. Okay, he actually went in. He just wanted me to follow him somewhere. I think he's coming back to my door. Anyways, sings the song "My People." Oh my gosh, he won't stop. Anyways, yeah. So I started. Oh, Lord, this cat is gonna drive me nuts. I started writing down notes for what I wanted to do for the transition scene, and it's all speech to text. 1,673 words is what I got. This cat. Okay, let's see how you guys are doing. So, hello, Kat. How are you doing? Deceptions. I'm not really sure what that's referring to, but welcome. I don't know if you're still here. Hello, Richard. Hi, everyone. It's a nice day here, so time to get some words in. Nice. What are you working on? Oh, and I did have like a question I was curious about, like how many projects are you guys currently working on? And then I kind of had like a question I wanted to add to it, but I forgot to add to it, which is how do you decide which one to currently do? And so I'll answer this question in just a second. But morning, sir. Hello. Good morning. Leaving it on the background when I'm not out with the kids, I'm working through developmental edits. Nice. Shannon, what do you think of Pro Writing Aid's new manuscript analysis feature? So you have to pay for it. I'm not one of the lucky people who got like one free trial of it. And I do not think AI does very good analyzing manuscripts, period. I don't care which AI. I have tried several different ones, and AutoCrit does it as well, right? So, which AutoCrit's free on there as long as you're paying for it. I mean, it's not free if you have to pay for it, but you don't have to pay an additional fee. And I'm not going to pay an additional fee to Pro Writing Aid for something that's probably crap. So that's how I feel about it. And they didn't give me a free trial of it like they did for some people. So I don't even know if it could be any good. But for me, knowing what AI does and what it cannot do, I'm saying it's crap. So that's my thought. Hashtag SHU. Hello, Rachel. Morning, hugging the like button. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think she might have been going this morning or already going or still going. I got on here late and I've been kind of just running behind the whole time. But if anyone wants to drop any links to anybody else who is running sprints this morning, please feel free. There's also the spreadsheets down below of everybody who is sprinting. Hello, Alicia. Good morning. Just popping in to say good morning, hug the like button. I hope you're well. Happy sprinting. I'm off to eat and get ready for the Renaissance Festival with my family. Ooh, sounds exciting. That was a little while ago, so I probably missed you, but I appreciate you stopping in. Haley, hello. Working on my bullet journal for this morning and then hopefully getting some writing in later. I haven't been able to focus on anything other than this project for the last couple of weeks. Is that like a good thing or a bad thing? Like you haven't been able to focus on anything else, but is that like good that you're able to like hyper focus on this one thing then, this one project? Just curious. We see you. Yay. My camera dropped out like twice It dropped out when I first came on, and then it dropped out twice during the stream. So I imagine at some point it's just going to drop out again. Had lunch and then managed to get in the zone a bit. Nice. So you got some writing in? Is that what you're working on? Cat, look, he sings a song, but he's still out there singing. Answer one project at a time. I'm very monogamous. That's funny. Because I think there was like a hashtag or something, genre, SLUT. And that I always thought that was funny. I'm not that, but I'm not monogamous with projects, only because it's not because of what I would prefer. I would prefer to work on one thing at a time, but I always have a lot of things going on. So I just asked them if it meant I have a free credit, but it's $35 if it's worth a punt. But for $35, if it's worth a punt. Yeah, I don't think it is for me. I wouldn't want to pay $35. Or of course, it's probably not dollars, right? It's called something else. Pounds, 35 pounds, but it's going to be roughly the same, right? Close to the same amount of money for dollar wise. So I don't think it's worth it for $35. Not when I have tried AutoCrit and then I developed, like a prompt to try to work with like ChatGPT. I also tried it through Claude. I also tried it through Google AI Studio, and none of them are any good. So one at a time. Otherwise, I get overwhelmed and burnt out. Yeah. You couldn't get a dev edit for $35. Yeah, but you can get crap for $35. So they did specify that they do not use your work to train their AI, which is positive. That is a good thing. Spreadsheets. I didn't say anything about spreadsheets, did I? Or are you just throwing that in there? Answer one. I'm working hard on my fantasy book, which looks like that might top 250K words, but I will not be using all the chapters I am writing. Having fun. That is a lot. But I mean, fantasy is longer. But my most recent book, The A Curse of Wings and Gems, is 196, and I thought that was really long. I'm trying so hard not to think that this next book is going to be long, but I think it might be. But I think I'm going to like this story better because I'm at 59,000 words for Act 1. And if you're roughly thinking of like 3 acts, right? So Act 1 is 25%. That means, okay, so 59, say we'll just round to 60,000 because that makes it easier. That's 120,000 words just for Act 1 and Act 3, and then it's double that for Act 2. So another 120,000. So that's 240,000 words. Yes, this is going to be long. Maybe I'm not thinking that the acts are right, but I don't know. I feel like this is all Act 1. So, yes, genre that. I probably have 200 at this point. Exaggeration. Okay. I picked the one I'm most excited for as my main project for the month and picked 3 others as my side projects. Nice. Takes shot. She said ChatGPT. Yes. Fair point about crap for $35. Yeah. All right. So if I'm answering this question, how many projects are you currently working on? I have to pare this down to how many projects overall I have. I wrote the whole list out. Actually, I think it was for Martin last weekend, the weekend before, because we were talking about all the things we were working on, and I had the whole list of everything that is currently in the works, but I'm not currently working on all of them. I will get back to some of them, but some of them I haven't touched in a year. So, but I know I'm going one of them is my vampire origin story. And that is going to actually go along with this book that I'm writing right now. So that book will get written, but I have not written on it in over a year. So I've got a couple of chapters and that's it. But I know the story. I have it all in my head and I even know how it's going to end. But it's going to, because it is my vampire origin story and I have the original vampire in this 3rd book that I'm writing, she has a bigger role. She's actually in the 2nd book, the one that just came out, but no one knows it's her. They just know she's different and they know about vampires because there's another vampire in the story, but it's not called vampire. It's called vampire, which is an older term for a vampire from a different culture. So there's kind of the introduction of that in the 2nd book, but not a whole lot, but she's going to have a big part in the 3rd book. And so then I have her origin story that is coming up. So I'm going to include, I don't know if I'll write the whole book or if I'll include maybe just the origin part, because it's the origin story. And then the rest of her story takes place after the 3rd book is over. It's actually going to be after the rest of that book will be the rest of her story, which happens after the end of this overall series, honestly, because she's going to stick around before she heads off and gets her vengeance. But yeah. So how do I decide? So right now I have 3 projects I'm working on, and I choose them based off of what I have to do. So A Curse of Wings and Gems, that's done. So I don't have to worry about that. So we got The Florist Budding Desire. That's a novella that goes along with A Curse of Wings and Gems. That is part of my Kickstarter. I had decided to do some revisions. And so I'm almost done with the revisions because the book was done. The novella was done. But I decided I want to do a few different things. So I have those revisions that I put in there. And I think the revision part is done. I'm now just editing it because based off of what I put in there, it's going to change a couple things here and there throughout the story. So it's not a lot. It's just like a sentence tweak here or there, but I need to get through the rest of that. So I have that, and I've been working on that for, let's see, I worked on that Thursday and Friday and Wednesday. So I worked on that for the last 3 days. And I need to get that done because that's part of my Kickstarter, and Kickstarter just dispersed the funds on Thursday, which means it's going to hit my bank account probably Monday or Tuesday, which means then now I need to make the novella available. So it needs to get done. Not a lot, but I do have to reformat it again because I've already formatted it through Atticus. So I have to finish that up. So that's an editing project I need to finish up. And then there's the 3rd book I'm working on, which I don't have to do, but I need to add words, and I want to add more words. And I really, really want to get back to the story because I love it. I love this book, next book. I struggled writing my 2nd book. I don't think I ever felt like, oh, I love this book. I like the story, but it just had a lot of issues. It was really, really hard story to write. And so it's done. I'm glad it's done. It's not going to be one of my favorite stories. It's a good story, but it's not one of my favorite. But I love this story from my 3rd book. Like, I knew I loved it before I started writing it because I knew I love the characters. They're very, very interesting characters. So, and the more I write, the more I love the story. So, what's this? I have a 3rd one I'm working on. What was it? Oh, the 3rd thing is a short story. So part of my Kickstarter, one of the stretch goals was, I called it What Happens Next. And so there are lots of side characters who have things, their own motivations and things going on, their own stuff throughout the story of the 2nd book. And I wrote down a list of like, okay, I wrote this actually down in my journal here. I could write down like a short story. I could do a short story for each of these characters who have their own thing going on that does affect the story in their own ways. I have 5 characters that I could like go off. These are all side characters. One of them is my vampire that you know who's a vampire. And things that their own short story that could happen. But I felt like the strongest one would be the sun god. And these are all characters who will like never have their own point of view, not in any story. At least as far as I know, they're not going to have, not a book. The only way they would get their own point of view would be a short story like this. Now they're all going to continue to have some type of influence on the series. The sun god, probably not as much, but what he does is he takes a player off the board that would interfere with their goals, motivations, and what they're trying to do for the whole overall series, which they already have enough antagonists. So this person needs to be taken off the board. And he alludes to like, he says something in the story about how he needs to go and that they probably won't see him again. And then at the end, you learn that the sea witch is no longer a problem. And so this short story is him knowing what was coming and what was going to happen, and him setting up more pieces to happen throughout the rest of the series before he leaves, and then him taking the player off the board. So I've already written that short story. It's 4,900 words, but I knew I needed to revise it still. I need to add a little bit more to it. And so I've written all my revision notes, what I want to do. So I have that I have to work on. And that's a short story. That's part of my Kickstarter. So I also need to have that done for my Kickstarter. So technically I have 2 things I should be working on today that will help me be done for my Kickstarter when everything goes through. But neither one of those are going to give me the word count that I really want to get in today. So, and then out of all of those, this story is the one I really want to work on. So there you go. That's the answer. Lovely Martin. Yes. Haley says, also current grading period at my school ends on Monday. I just got all my work turned in yesterday, but that means I haven't had time to write. So I'm taking advantage of this weekend. Exactly. That's what I want to do too. Take advantage of today. I have my series planned out, and I'm trying not to jump the order of which I write them, as they need to make sense. But one MC story, I can't wait to get to. That's exactly how I felt about Zayn and Nira's story. I was like, I can't wait because they're such interesting characters. Even when I wrote the first book, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, Nira and Zayn, and all the brothers show up in each other's stories, and then even the female protagonists kind of cross over a little bit. And when Nira shows up in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and she actually has a bigger part, although it's kind of small, but she has a bigger part in Curse of Scales and Feathers than she has like a very, very small scene in the second book. And when she showed up in the first book, I was like, I like this character. And then Zayn kind of turned some of my readers off. And not a lot of them, but like he has a certain persona. He has like a playboy carefree persona who doesn't really care about anything, and it's just, everything is just, we're cursed, yeah, so what, let's just have fun with it, kind of deal. But I knew it was all an act from the very beginning, because I know what his background was. But I even had one character, or one reader who wrote, he says, I'm not really sure I like him and what he says and stuff, and I was like, would it make a difference if I told you that's all an act? So I couldn't wait to get into his point of view so I can show what he's actually doing, and what he actually knows. And then Nira she's just a very interesting character, because she starts off not powerful. I guess that's sort of like Aerie too. Like Aerie doesn't know she's magical, and she ends up being magical. Nira starts off not being magical, and she's not supposed to be magical, and she's never going to be magical. It's not like she has magic hidden away like it is for Aerie. But there are things that happen throughout the book that give her power. But she has come into her own sense of power and self before that ever happens. And so, I'm looking forward to exploring all that. Yeah. So I know what you're saying. I couldn't wait to write Zayn and Nira. And I was like, I could just write Zayn and Nira's story, because in my mind, it was always the third book I was writing. But I was like, no, I got to write Edmar and Emmy's story first. I don't know why I felt like I needed to do that. Other than, I don't know if my readers will be able to pick this up. I suppose if someone really gets into the books, they'll know, but they're actually told backwards. All three books happen over the same time period of roughly 30 to 40 days. Calden and Aries story, that's the first book. It happens like on day one of a new lunar cycle. Edmar and Emmy's story starts like a couple days before, like 5 days before the lunar cycle. And Nira and Zayn's story start like 15 days before the current cycle. But they both, or all three of them, go over the full lunar cycle. And Calden and Aries ends like 2 weeks after that lunar cycle. So they all have like their ending points, like 30 to 40 days that they cover. But the order in which the curse for the brothers are broken is written backwards. So like when Aerie breaks Calden's curse, she's actually the last one, but she's the first book. And then Emmy and Edmar's is the second one, which they're the second book. But Nira and Zayn, that curse is actually the first one that's broken, and it's going to be the third book. So it's interesting how that kind of fell out like that. And maybe I should have wrote it in a different order, but I don't know. Calden and Aerie, I will always love that story. It's a very sweet story. And I'm glad I wrote that one first. All right. I did have another question, but I have not put it up there yet. So I have to go grab the question and put it up there, question number 2. But we're going to go on to another hour sprint for anyone who still wants to get some writing done. Did I write this down? I did. Okay. Starting my calculator over. And hopefully my visual will stay up there for the next time. But for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started. Is it going to go? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Hi, Deshalé. And that is time. How did you do? And I started writing the chapter after I had done brainstorming on the first sprint. And then I had to do some more brainstorming and then some more drafting. But between all of that, I got 1,418 words. So 1,418 words. And yeah, I think the chapter's coming along. I like it. I kind of thought about brainstorm like 4 scenes, but it's already really long with just 2. And I'm not even finished with the second scene yet. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, tell me how you guys did. And there is a question that I did put below there, which is what part of your writing process is the most intuitive and which part is the most technical for you? And left off here with Adeshale coming in saying, good day, everyone. I'm going to help a friend to do some house moving stuff, so I'll just be on here in the background to add to views. Happy writing. Oh, I appreciate that, Adeshale. I really do. Richard says, I hit 1,155 words and finished Act 2. My book is now 48% complete. And how many words is it altogether? Because you said it's looking like it's going to be right 250 or so. Nice job finishing Act 2. I can't wait till I finish Act 2. Act 2 is always the hardest for me for any story because I am a discovery/intuitive writer. I always know how my stories start. I always know how they end, which means I know how to start the story in the first act. I know how to end the story in the third act. And I know the climax. I always know the climax, which is usually comes at the end of Act 2. But everything in between is just like, what? Usually I do have a lot of the first act done, though, in my head. Because I'll think about stories for a long time, and that first act starts building up in my head for quite a while. So it's just Act 2 and all the stuff that's in between. And it's so important in this. I mean, Act 2 is always important. But for this third book, it's so important because my 2 characters do not like each other, but they're going to be forced to work together, and they're going to have to like understand each other's points of view. And it's such, that character development is, I feel for me at least, is hard to develop that in which it's going to be believable. And that's what I'm kind of worried about, is making it all believable that they go from hating each other and being enemies. They're literal enemies. She's Fire Fae. He's an ice dragon. They've been at war for many millennium. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Many thousands of years. They've been at war with each other. And so they are literally enemies that have to work together because of where they get trapped. They get trapped underground. And so I'm a bit worried, but I'm hoping it's going to turn out. Richard says, time for a nice walk. Happy productivity. Okay, so I'm not going to find out how many words he's got then. Everyone, maybe back later. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Smash this like button on the way out. I appreciate that. Jocelyn, hello. Stream hopping today. Oh, I forgot there's people streaming. I wanted to go over and say hello to Rachel, and I forgot. If anyone wants to drop any links, please feel free to drop links. And stream hopping. So hello, Jocelyn. How are you doing? Are you working on anything? I don't know. You're stream hopping, so you may not be here to answer my questions. But Joanne came in saying hello to everyone. How are you all? Plus, what y'all working on? I am working on drafting my Act 2 in my third book. Half brainstorming, half drafting. I had brainstormed some ideas for Act 2, but I didn't have I didn't have a good transition scene from what happened at the end of Act 1 to Act 2. So I had to do some brainstorming for that and what that would look like. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. What are you working on? Hey, Joanne. Hi. I went for a little walk for some exercise and fresh air, then edited a bit more, slowly but surely getting there. Nice. Congrats to Richard. I find editing hardest because it's time-consuming and very intense. I need a lot of brain power for it. Plotting is my favorite part. I can plot and plan for hours. It's addictive. I don't know if I really like planning and plotting. I do it so that I have an idea. So I typically will think about things ahead of time. I'll write down notes. And then when I'm getting ready to do a chapter, I may, in most cases, write down some notes. That's about my planning. That's about all I do. But there are a lot of chapters I don't do any planning for or plotting. It's all in my head and I just start writing. Or it's not in my head. And especially this happens with Act 2 for me because I don't usually know what's happening in Act 2. I just start writing and I have an idea when I first start, and then I'll just start writing chapters and chapters and chapters. And some of those chapters don't end up getting used. So that's why I have a bonus scene that I'm offering with my Kickstarter. It was a backer perk. I think it was a backer perk. So, because there was a scene that I had in my Act 2 in my last book that just, it was nice, but it didn't really add more to the story. So I end up taking it out. So that's usually when I have to do a lot of removing. It's an act 2. But and so when you're saying editing, you are talking about like developmental editing, right? Is that what you're talking about? That's what I'm thinking. I place all that under revision for me because I had coming from an academic background, revision and editing are 2 different things. But of course, in the writer world, you have developmental editing, which is revision when you're applying those dev edits. So Haley says, got 1 bullet journal done. Hi, Keiko. Just got off work. We had a scam today in the store. Uh-oh, what happened? Currently participating in AuthorTube Sweet Treat Stream Crawl. I don't even know what that is. I thought I saw like a notification. Is that Rachel? I saw a notification with Rachel or something, I think, this morning with that, and I don't know what that is. But 2 men in suits coming in with a clipboard asking questions because they're supposedly from a welfare organization and ask for donation money. The boss is mad. An older lady fell for it. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I was just listening to something where I was trying to remember what it is. Where they like told like this couple they won something and they gave what they won. It was like a gift card or something. And then they had someone else come in with a clipboard and nice suit or whatever. I don't remember what they were. There was something nice, business-like, and ask questions. Like, we heard that you got this gift and we'd like to offer you like something additional. And this comes from a company, you know, and we're just trying to see what people like or whatever. So we need your address. And, you know, they start asking for all this information. It's a really weird part of human psychology that if we see someone dressed nicely, especially if it's like professional or business like, we tend to place more trust in them, right? And it goes both ways, actually. I mean, there's like studies like if you go see your doctor, if you dress somewhat business or business casual, they'll take you more seriously than if you dress like, you know, like you would for like a normal day, which my normal day is usually t-shirt and sweats. So like I saw my doctor yesterday, so I made sure I put on jeans, and I just had a t-shirt with my jeans, but she knows me. But I still put on jeans, which I rarely do, and went to go see her. And it's my last time seeing her because she's leaving and we're getting a new doctor. And so I'm like, okay, when the new doctor comes in, if it's female, if it's male, I'll have to find another clinic. But I will dress probably nicely, a lot more nicely. I didn't have to worry about that with my last doctor before we moved here because I was teaching at college English and literature. So I was always dressed in business casual whenever I went anywhere because I was just already wearing that for teaching. So no baking, I'm afraid, as I haven't been feeling too good. So I'm currently co-working other streams today. Yes, that's it. I said it right. The guys were gone before we could do something, but the boss has the camera footage and the car sign number. Good. So they can hopefully track them down and hopefully stop. I mean, I don't know if the boss did anything else, but hopefully he's contacting like other businesses in your area. I'm assuming he's going to have some type of relationship with some of them. Because like my parents own a liquor store, and like in their complex where they're located, they knew like all the other owners. So I'm assuming he probably knows other people and, you know, contact everyone and let them know, hey, there's this scam going on. Look out for it. It's just a writing stream full of writing, cooking, baking, and just plain fun. Oh, okay. It probably wouldn't be for me with cooking and baking. Yeah, but it sounds awesome. Yeah, my version of editing is always more like full rewrite. It's never just a simple reread. Yes. I often do that. My very first few like revisions for the developmental editing, I rewrite just a bunch of stuff. Yes. It's terrible. My next project, I will draft slower, make it neater, and edit as I go. Hopefully we'll save time in the long run. Yeah. I don't think I really have like a specific way I do things. I don't know how many books I've written now. I should sit down and figure it out. But I feel like with every book, it's just slightly different. I kind of know now that I'm going to start drafting, and then I'm going to put that draft aside, and I'm going to be drafting again, and I'm going to put that draft aside, and I'm going to draft again. And that could happen twice or 3 times, sometimes more, depending on the story. That my last story took a lot of drafts. I think it was only 3 with the first one. And with this one, I'm on draft 2. but I haven't really changed a whole lot, to be honest. I just added a few scenes and filled in some of my placeholder stuff, but I'm on draft 2 right now. And I think this may become more if my act 2 doesn't turn out right, but yeah. And then it goes into revision drafts, and then I have editing drafts. And now I have what I'm calling Atticus drafts, because I'll put the books in Atticus, and you know how we can like constantly change things. And so I'll put it in Atticus to start formatting it. I'm like, oh, I want to change that word. I want to change that word. I'm like, oh, I need to go to my original draft and do it too, my last draft. And so now I have an Atticus draft that is the final draft, but anything I've changed since I put it into Atticus. So that's why the lady didn't find it suspicious until her friend pointed out, and they told one of the student jobbers who told the supervisor. Okay, so you're saying yes to the business suits. Yeah. And probably no chance because it was not a German car sign, but from abroad. My guess is Poland or Romania. Hi, Esther. How's it going? Hope all is well. It's definitely fun diving into edits for Project Sugar and Spice at the moment. Nice. Hopefully that is going well for you. Hey, Esther, how are you? Awesome company while I spend the entire day at work. Been here since 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That was 8:30, so it's 9:30 my time right now. So you've been here for about an hour. I'm good, sleepy, but good. How are you? Hopefully work will go okay with being sleepy. I know how that is. Actually, I need to get some more coffee. So, okay, we're going to get ready to head into the third sprint. I do have another question that I'm going to put up. Oh, I didn't answer this question. So the question is, what part of your writing process is the most intuitive and which part is the most technical for you? And so the most intuitive for me would be the first draft. Many of the drafts. So drafting is the most intuitive, and then it gets more technical as I move through the revisions, the developmental edits, and then move into the actual editing of editing of proofreading and spelling and grammar and all that good stuff. So that's where it gets more technical, and that's when Pro Writing Aid comes in. So that's it for me. I will have another question. I have it written down. I've got to get it up there, but I will get it up there. So I'll probably start with the question. I'm going to try and find. Anyone could drop links. If you guys need to drop any link, if you're somewhere else sprint hopping, please feel free to drop a link. I agree on coffee. I need one too. Yeah, that's me. I need another one. And what was I just saying? I don't know. Let's go ahead and get the next one going. So anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Anyone who's still here, we'll have 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do? I had it all up here. I did a bit of brainstorming, but not a lot. And then writing 1802. That's what I wrote for that sprint. I say wrote, but it's mostly text, speech to text. So yeah, getting quite a bit done. I've finished 2 chapters. I just finished the second chapter of Act 2, but the second chapter needs a lot of work still. So I'm going to go back through and do some more, maybe add a little bit more in there and change some of the ideas that I have going on. So it's not really complete, but it is complete at the moment, but it's not going to be in its final form. All right, let's see how you guys did. Left off here when I was trying to remember what the heck I was talking about, and I got distracted because focus happens. Focus doesn't happen. Focus goes away. So, and then Weaver was reminding me the links. Nicoletta says, hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. I feel like you've been here before, but just in case if you haven't, welcome. And if you've been here before, welcome back. Are you working on anything today? Whether reading, writing, or whatever it is. This Radiant Life, hello. It has been a while. How are you doing? Are you working on anything? Joanne says, hello to Esther. Doing pretty good. Also sleepy, might take a nap after co-hosting the stream as I have another one to co-host this evening. I still don't have any links. And I keep forgetting to go check out what anybody's doing. I get back to, well, I did get some more coffee and pet the kitties and then got back to writing. Didn't spend a whole lot of time out there, but yeah. Lost my train of thought again. Joanne saying, hello, nice to meet you. How are you and what are you working on today? And cool. Hope you're able to take a nap after you're doing the streams, Joanne. Yes, after you're done. Makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think of that one. My mind had already jumped to something else, but I do hope that you're able to get some rest in between your streams. And please drop any links that you might want to drop. Says, I'll be working on poetry collection and a novel, housework, and taking care of the pup and the cats. Says, like, you have a busy day. I'm good. How are you? A nap sounds lovely. Yes, it does. I will probably need a nap after 12 hours of writing, but it's been a while since I've joined one of Shannon's live streams. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, your name sounded familiar. I have the most terrible memory, and it doesn't get any better as I get older. So, but yeah, so you said you were screenwriter working on a project to enter a screenwriting contest. It has to be up to 70 pages long. I thought I'd try a fast draft for a change. I love fast drafting. I think I closed. No, I didn't close it. So there's a one author tuber who comes by here sometimes. I don't know if he'll be by today, Adega. And he's going to be appearing on a YouTube channel tonight called Script Doctor. And I have it pulled up here. I don't think the actual live stream is not up yet. But I guess every Saturday they go through scripts and they talk about, I don't know what, because I haven't actually watched any of these, but I want to watch it with Adega and see what he's doing, see what he's up to. So the Script Doctor, well, it has the Script Doctor on his banner for his YouTube page, but it's the YouTube channel is Script Doctor. But I guess they go through scripts. You mentioning that you're writing a script reminded me of that. I have it pulled up so that I can try to remember to go watch it when Adega goes live later. I just wish they had the actual link up for the live stream, but that doesn't appear to be there yet. I don't know how far out they get it up. He said it was going to be in the evening time, though. I should be able to get a nap. I know I'm not co-hosting until 8 p.m. this evening, so I'll take that time to rest. That is quite a bit of time in between. I love writing poetry, doing okay, just prepping to cook, and also working on Project Sugar and Spice, pastry, chef's rivals, romance, work in progress. I have a ton of poetry. I haven't written any poetry recently, unless you count like the songs I wrote for my books, because they're kind of like poetry. But nothing, most of my poetry, or all the poetry I typically write for myself, they're nonfiction. I write fiction, and I'm writing stories. What are you cooking, says This Radiant Life. I need to make breakfast soon. That work in progress sounds like a book I'll definitely read. Yes, I'm waiting for it. I have been waiting for it. She's got another one out, Culinary Confessions. I think it's on my shelf over there. But that's also bakery romance. It's not rivals, but it's good. It's very sweet. A quick read. Thank you so much. If you're interested in supporting my writing, feel free to subscribe to my newsletter on Ko-fi. And I'll be making red stew with lamb and chicken. And we're having some, I don't know if I'll say it right, Efo, Nigerian spinach stew with assorted meat with it. Sounds good until the spinach part. I don't like a lot of veggies. And spinach, I can take spinach like raw. It's like really good. But when it's in a stew, if it's a lot, then it kind of turns my stomach. It feels like really slimy. That stew sounds so comforting. I would love to try it. I hope I remember to sub to your newsletter. My dog is doing his husky talk because he wants his breakfast. Oh, that's so sweet. Love doggos. Ours right now is in training. He's coming back on Wednesday next week. And he's growing so big so fast. When we first got him, he was a puppy. So he was like really tiny. And now he looks almost like a full grown dog. But he's in training, some basic training. To get him prepped. He can't go through full training to his year-old to become a service dog, but we're going to send him through to be a service dog for our kiddo. He's autistic. He just turned 12 yesterday. But he's still scared of like bees and stuff like that. And so he's ran out in the middle of the street before whenever he's been around a bee or anything that's flying that he thinks is flying. It doesn't even have to be anything there. If he thinks there's something there, he's been very unsafe. So we're trying to going to run the puppy through that service dog training, but we can't start until he's a year old. So, but there's like this beginning stages we can do with him. So that's what we're doing right now. I've got about 1 or 1.5 pages left to go. Nice. Making good progress. I finished setting up 3 pages. I think I'm going to make lunch during the next sprint and then work on this project. Lunch sounds good, but I think I'm going to hold off because I didn't do the full sprint last time. Even though I think that's the most I've written in one. But the second chapter came like quick. It's mostly dialogue. So when I don't really plan, and I didn't really plan for this second chapter, I knew something was going to have to go there, but I didn't know what. I just kind of, then it's like a fast draft and it's mostly dialogue. That's why I said, even though the chapter's done, like I finished the conversation, I know there's a lot I had to go back in there and fix and switch up or whatnot. But what are you going to have for lunch? Do you know? Hi, CJ. Thesis work for me. These extended sprints will help so much. Yeah, I definitely prefer the extended sprints. I found like 25-minute sprints just don't really work for me or anything less. 30 minutes is okay, but it's still not perfect. I'm just like getting into the mode of writing by the time we get to the end of 30 or 25 minutes. So I'm hoping to get a bunch of work done on the novel project, 7 Deadly Sins. Oh, what's the genre? I don't have a project name for the poetry collection yet. I think, it was on Laura's channel Thursday night. We were talking about how we get names for our stories and whatnot. It's very interesting. How they come. I think titles are so hard. And I think that every single time I need a title, and then when I actually go to think like about a title, it comes to me pretty quickly. All except for my debut novel. My debut novel was called Lily and the Leprechaun. I like alliteration, so Lily and Leprechaun, and it's a Irish mythology. And in Irish mythology, there was 2 origin stories for leprechauns, and I was working off of one of them. And when my girlfriend from college, we both graduated with our master's in writing, and she read the story, and she's like, "I like it, but I don't like your title. It's boring." So then I thought, well, what about Lily and the original Leprechaun? Because it was one of the origin stories and it was the original Leprechaun. She's like, nope, that doesn't work. And I was like, I don't know. That's the only book that I had a hard time naming. And I was thinking about it so hard for days that I dreamt the title, which then became Blood of the Lily. Made a lot of sense because Lily is the main character and she's searching and trying to rescue her sister. So Blood of the Lily. She's already lost one sister at the start of the story. So she's looking for her other sister, and that's what drives her full motivation for everything. And then after I came up with that one, it was easy to come up with the other 2 books titles because they were named after each of the sisters. So they had Soul of a Rose, and Rose is actually going to the underworld to save a soul. So it made sense. And then Tears of the Marigold, which I don't want to give that away, but that makes sense at the very, very end of the story. So, but yeah. But all my other titles, the other one I got from Rachel Lachman Singh, I think that's how you say her name. She did a presentation during the first AWC about titling stories. And she talked about how there's genre conventions. And she went through a few of those genre conventions. And I knew that I wanted all of my titles for my current series to have two words, two nouns, that one noun was for the dragon and one noun was for the female protagonist. So I had scales and feathers picked out, and I think I had wings and gems picked out already. I hadn't come up with the second or the third book title yet. So it was just Scales and Feathers was the first title for my book before. And I knew that it was just a placeholder until I could figure out and put time and brain effort into coming up with a title. And then when I saw her presentation, I was like, oh, a lot of fantasy romances, like the blank of the blank and blank. So the blank of the blank and blank. And so I was like, oh, well, it's a curse. There's a curse on the brothers, a curse of scales and feathers, a curse of wings and gems. And so that came out really good. Yeah. My dog loves spinach. Does your dog eat it raw or cooked? Question 3. If I feel excited about writing it's a keeper. That is a really great way to decide whether or not to write a story. I was thinking about that. I was layering that over my thoughts with my second book, because there were definitely lots of times I was not excited about writing my second book because the story was so hard. But I am happy that it came out the way it did. Oh my God, mine too. My dog is growing so fast. He just turned 2 and I've had him for a year. Oh, they grow so quickly. Project Seven Deadly is a kind of psychological and technological horror-ish. Guys have me saying words here I'm having trouble with. But that was fun. Question 3. It's usually a gut feeling for me, like I can feel it's a good idea to pursue, or if it generates a lot of questions for me. It's an interesting way to approach it. I guess if it generates a lot of questions for you, it's probably going to possibly generate questions on the reader as well, which questions, will bring readers through writing the sense of mystery. Always a mystery seems to, make people interested in a story. Like I had a mystery in my first one, but it wasn't like I set up the mystery on purpose, but it was something that kept people interested in the story. And I didn't really have that in my second book. I have a little bit of that in my third book, but not the same as my first. And a lot of my readers just love that. They loved trying to figure out the mystery. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know people were going to spend time trying to figure this out. So, but yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't say that one. Sorry, Joanne. I feel like mine is dependent on how passionate I am about each story. For example, the story I have an idea on is kind of like either Next Generation, so the couple from the second. Yeah. And I love that idea. I love that the second book is the Next Generation. I can't wait to read it, Joanne. Really, I can't. I know you'll have it coming out soon. Your project sounds so cool to this Radiant Life from CJ. The book would appear in the third book. Oh, from the second book would appear in the third book. Oh, wait. So a couple from the second book would appear in the third book. So I know that from the second book in the series, your series is the Next Generation. So you're saying that the third book is going to be a couple from the second book. That's interesting. I didn't know you even had a third book in the thoughts process. So that's really cool. And yes, that book will also involve baking. I assume it would. I just haven't decided what story ideal I'll work on after Project Sugar and Spice. I'll either write a continuation of Project Sugar and Spice, but it might be different characters. It'll be in the same universe as Project Sugar and Spice. Yeah, I think that's smart too, especially when it comes to like marketing and selling your books. I get plenty of scenes where I'm like, I hate writing this. I can't get away with not needing it in there. Oh, I think we talked about this. Some stream. I don't remember what stream that was. And then we were talking about scenes. I think it was one of my streams. I think it was. And when I come across a scene that I'm like, I hate writing this scene, I will oftentimes skip it and then come back and see if I really need it still. Because if I hate it, it's going to come through in the writing and your readers are not going to like it. I feel anyways. And you could feel that like an essay writing. I could always tell when a student hated the essay they were writing versus if they had a real passion for it. But if the scene you have to write has information in it that the reader needs to have, what I typically do then is like, can I get this information out in any other way versus writing this actual scene? Or I'll write a story based on one of the side characters. I mean, you could do all of it, right? You could do the side character and what was the other one? I don't remember what else you thought you might do. Different characters. It might be different characters in the world. might be kind of if you're thinking about marketing and whatnot, which and you're good on this, Joanne. You're really great with marketing. Probably doing the side characters first from Project Sugar and Spice with a even if it's just like a single scene with other characters from this world before you go on to the different characters, because that way readers can follow along with each book and knowing what's in the next one, or at least like if they're interested in something from the current book, like, oh, I wonder what that character's doing, it'll draw them to the next book. He likes spinach warmed in his food, but will eat it raw. That's really interesting. And thank you. One of my goals for this year is self-publishing Project Sugar and Spice. I really want to meet this goal. I really want you to meet this goal too, because I've been waiting a while to read this book. And now I'm almost finished my tea. That's a great idea. Thank you. Yeah. I tried to, I'm doing a series of novellas in the magically protected town called Nithral that's in my world. And I'm ensuring that in each novella I'm writing, which I've only written one, I've outlined the second one, which I don't typically outline, but I outline novellas because I write long. And my novella was like, my first one was 12 chapters long when I outlined it, and it ended up being 16, 17, 18 chapters, somewhere in there. So it's much longer. But I make sure that the next couple appears in the novella that's going to be the next novella, so they can pull it along, like, oh, I wonder what's going on over there. And the next couple is they're more argumentative, or like the first couple, they get along really great. I mean, they're just having a very easy relationship. They just have their own stuff to deal with before diving into a relationship. But the second couple, they have a very argumentative beginning. So you see them arguing, but you don't know what they're arguing about. And then that's what the second novella, you're going to see what they're arguing about. But yeah. Do you have a channel, Joanne? I'd be interested to see any videos or streams you have. I don't think she does. No, as I don't really use YouTube, I don't have a Ko-fi author news. Oh, I do have a Ko-fi author newsletter where you can see my writing process and food photography. She's also on Instagram. That's where I see most of Joanne's stuff. Thanks. Yeah. I think it's amazing what people can do with food. So I love, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't like writing about food because I think it's really boring. And then I feel that like fantasy, it's like all the same stuff when people, explain food. They describe the food. So it's never really interesting. But reading about the food in Joanne's book, in her first book, Culinary Confessions, I liked it because it was like something new. I don't remember what it was now because it's been a couple of years since I've read it. But there was like something new that I didn't even know about. Not that I know much about baking and cooking anyways, but I'm familiar enough with enough terms. And I learned new things. So I think that's the part that I really like. So yes, let me give you my IG too. There is the Instagram. That's how I keep up with Joanne. So, alrighty. I do have another question. I'll get that up shortly after we get this next sprint going. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour sprint. 3, 2, 1, good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I need to add in my last words. 1641. Part of that was drafting. I finished adding stuff to the last chapter, and then I started brainstorming for the next chapter. What's that? I'm writing it down so I don't forget it. Okay. And I totally forgot to answer the last question. I realized that after we had started the sprint. But the last question was, how do you know when an idea is worth pursuing all the way to the end of a book or story? It was story. I changed it to story. Which I don't know if I consciously think about this anymore, about whether or not an idea is worth pursuing, or I don't know. I think I always have lots and lots of ideas going on in my head, and there's just certain ones that they push themselves to the forefront of my mind. It's not like I'm actually choosing. I feel like I don't actually choose too much. Like I chose this series, but the idea of this series was what kept coming back to me over and over again. And the actual stories, like Nira and Zane's story, which I'm writing right now, I don't feel like I chose that. They chose. Not that they're real, but it was already chosen. I think that's a subconscious part, right? When it comes to intuitive writers, the way Becca Syme says is that, we have like the ideas there. We just don't know exactly how to access it consciously. So it's in our subconscious. So that's what I feel like is really more at work for me when it comes to whether an idea is worth pursuing. Okay. So now we do have this other question. If you've just come in, the newest question is, what writing rule do you swear by and which one do you love breaking? And let's catch up with you guys. And left off here with Joanne sharing her IG. Oh, author L. Hollingsworth. Hello, morning. Are you getting some writing in? Awesome. I have a question for y'all. Does anyone write any of their drafts by hand? I actually used to love writing my drafts by hand. So it kind of goes along with the idea of, and I used to teach this when I teach college English and literature, although the students didn't like the idea, which is when you do your draft and you're done with it, set it aside and do it again. And when you do that without looking at your previous draft, you tend to remember the good parts and forget the bad parts. And so that would write by draft or draft by hand, right? So when I would go type, I'd have it there, but I wouldn't really be looking at it. I like review the information, remind myself of what I want to do, and then I would type it up. I also didn't have a computer for a long time. My first computer I got, I'm trying to remember. It was after I got out of the military. I got out of the military in 2007. Before that, I had friends who had computers. So I would draft everything by hand and then go over to their place and type up my drafts and then send it to myself and through email. So for a long time I did by hand, by hand. But then in 2011 I fell and I've tore up I just popped my wrist. So I tore up my TFC in my wrist when I fell, and it's not something that can be fixed. We did exploratory surgery. That's when the doctor saw, oh, it's your TFC. The TFC doesn't have any blood flow. It's a tendon, I think, and it has no blood flow. So he told me, he says, I can sew it back together. He's like, but it's just going to fall apart because nothing is going to make it, heal because there's no blood flow. So it's just something. So ever since that injury, I can't really write for a real long time or it hurts. Yeah. But I used to love it. I felt like my writing was stronger for drafting by hand first. But hello, Martin. How's it going? Afternoon. L. Hollingsworth says, yes, for years I wrote my stories on a tablet before I typed it up. Actually, I still do and enjoy it. JL, hello, everyone. It's a cloudy day over here. So I'm serious. I'm in serious editing mode. Dark days make my heart feel brighter. They don't work that way for me. Like when the sun goes down, then my energy wanes. I always say that when the sun dies, I die. But yeah, I lose a lot of energy as it goes down. How's everything going today? It's good. I'm getting lots of writing in. Al Hollingsworth says to JL, all is well here in Houston, Texas. It looks like it may rain. You? It's supposed to rain here as well, and I'm praying it does. Most of the time when it rains over here, it's in the middle of the night, and it would be great to have a rainy editing day. See, when it rains, I want to go to sleep or just curl up with a book. It's actually pretty cold here too, which I love. Just something about the coziness of having a blanket over your lap and a hot coffee when you're working on your book. I like the cold too. I understand when it rains, it's a cozy day or night. Question 4. I love my own personal rule of sort that out later. I love that too. I struggle with perfectionism, so I constantly have this model in my head. I make a note of it for later and move on to keep momentum going. I think that's good. Yeah. I used to have that perfectionism too when I was writing. Um, I don't know how I got over it. I wouldn't say it's like completely gone, but I think I think my biggest thing now is I always have so much I'm doing. I'm like, I don't have time to worry about whether this is great. Get it down and go on. And then come back and then fix it in the revision and editing stages. So oh, I may have to borrow this rule, says CJ. Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? This is my main issue as a writer. I wonder if this is like what most of us have. I wouldn't say all, of course, but a lot of us, I feel like, have this perfectionism idea. I ignore a lot of rules. It's my style, my book. If I want to use flowery words and ly words, I will. I will die on this hill. You go for it. I also use a lot of ly words. Now, Pro Writing Aid is, it likes to point out all the adverbs you use, which most adverbs, not all, but most have ly or are ly words. So I will look at that, but it will also like tell you, you can like click this like checkpoint or checkbox or whatever it is, where you can say, show me the ones that are overused. And so I do that, and I try to take out ones that are overused. And I do kind of like look at some of the adverbs, because a lot of times an adverb can be replaced with like one strong verb. And if it works, then I do it. But it's not always the case. And I do have a lot of ly words in my writing too. I ate lunch and got a few words in. Finally got a start on this chapter. Nice progress. Awesome. And you took care of you. I'm hungry. I've got the hiccups. All right. So for me, what writing rule do you swear by, and which one do you love breaking? And do I swear by anything? I should have been thinking about this answer for myself. I break a lot of rules. And which one do you love breaking? I don't know. I don't even know how to answer this for myself. Why did I give myself this question? Okay, so I guess when it comes to writing rules that I would swear by, it's only because it's my preference, is that if you're going to change point of view, then you need to indicate it in some way and not have it in the same scene. I don't like it when the point of view changes like between paragraphs, because it makes it very confusing. And it also, and some of it's written where it's not as confusing. A lot of books that were written in the 80s and 90s had multiple point of views within a same scene, and they were not always confusing. But what it did for me was it hindered me from feeling close to any one character. Yeah, I knew what was going on with all the characters and I knew their interiority, but I didn't feel like I was getting close to any of them. And if I can't get close to them, then I can't like cheer them on for what their goals and motivations are. So then it's just like a story. It's not something I can get lost in. And I like getting lost in the stories. So I guess that would be one thing. A writing rule that I swear by is if you're going to change point of view, have some type of break, whether it's a scene break or a new chapter. Now, for me personally, I always start a new chapter. So all my chapters are on only one point of view. And mostly, for most of my books I've written, the chapters have names. And I just realized I have 2 chapter 9s, but I remember why now I have 2 chapter 9s, because I had another scene I have to write and add in. But yeah, so what was I saying? All my chapter names are the name of my characters. So like right now is Zane or Nira. So the chapter names can be Zane or Nira. The only one I did this different for was my novella. And I think I'm going to do this for all the novellas in Nithral, that they will actually have like chapter names. And but it's also accompanied by the character name, so that it makes it very clear up front what character is the point of view character. And then which one do you love breaking? I guess if I was kind of going along with what was already said, the ly words, I do a lot of sentence fragments, which is not like really a rule to break, but it feels like a rule that I'm breaking for me, coming from an academic background, because there is no sentence fragments when you're academically writing. So it's not really one that that I that I'm really breaking. That's like, ooh, wow, because a lot of people break that one when it comes to fiction writing. I mean, lots of people break that one. How many sprints are left? Approximately. Trying to weigh if I can get another chapter done or not. I think it would be kind of hard for me to say how many because it depends on how long I talk in between all of the sprints. But we have 7 more hours. So I would say at least 4, maybe 5 sprints left before I'm done for the day. That's what I would say. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that helps. I love the picture with the dragon. How did I not notice that before? Did you have that before? I like the dragon for your avatar. Okay, got to the end of the comments. I think I'm also at the end of my 1 hour sprints, my 1 hour videos. Let me add, I need to go back to the beginning of this. Yes, that was the last 1 hour timer. So I need to go back to the beginning. Yep. Stop. Okay. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the 60 minutes. 3, 2, 1, good luck. Okay, and that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I got the most on that one, but I did a lot of brainstorming, which I can get a lot of words in brainstorming when I'm talking. Sometimes my brainstorming is just thinking and then 0 words, but 2149 altogether. I started the next chapter. I'm probably about a third of the way through the chapter. I think sounds about right. Yeah, looks like we might have lost a few people, but only got 2 comments here. We'll get through them. So Weaver says, okay, coolio. Yes, Avatar, courtesy of famous artist Leonardo D.A.I. Love that. Yeah, Leonardo has some pretty good artwork. I haven't actually done anything over there for a while. I mostly use Midjourney if I'm doing anything. But I think the okay was for the how many sprints we have left. Hopefully you're able to get some words in. Rachel, hello. Hope you're having a splendid day. I don't know if you're still here. That was like 45 minutes ago, so you might not be here still, but I hope all is well with you. CJ says, did some digging through sources, trying to construct context for opening section of the last chapter. How many chapters do you have altogether? I don't think I split mine into chapters. I just did it by the normal sections, or at least it was normal back then. I don't know what it is now. Wait, what field are you in? I do read a lot of research still in psychology and medical journals. I do a little bit of reading research into marketing as well, but yeah, just curious. Okay, question 5 for dialogue. It's always been a weakness. Now, during draft stage, I try to spend some time on the characters talking together. No actions or thoughts. I treat it like a movie script and let it flow. Which, with that in mind, Esther, right? Was it? She was on the sprint. It was Laura's, but Esther was on it. And that was one thing that they talked about on Thursday night was character voice, which a lot of it comes through in dialogue. I thought that was a really interesting conversation. And Esther says, still here, still at work. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I do too, is I treat it like a movie script when I'm first writing dialogue. That's where the chapter before this one. So I'm on my 3rd chapter now, since we've started this morning. But the 2nd chapter was like all dialogue, and it was like a script, just back and forth. Some of my early drafts of my books are like that. It's just mostly dialogue. And sometimes it doesn't get used because I don't plan anything. But so yeah, dialogue's always a weakness. I like dialogue. I don't think dialogue's ever been a weakness for me, as far as I can remember. And I'm going off of like what people have said to me, like early in my writing when I was going through college for writing and working with my mentors and whatnot. But my characters always needed work, which I think I'm better at that because I've been working on that for over a decade. Wow. I've been working on that for like 14 years now, working on character. And I think I've really gotten into it, which of course dialogue is part of characterization. It's a key piece of it for sure. And Esther's still at work. CJ says only 2 chapters. Okay, but each one's broken down in 5-6 sections. So is that like the sections, abstracts probably are just the one section. I'm trying to remember. So you have background. I can't remember what comes next, but it's usually what it outlines what you're going to do for your research, and then the results. Yeah. Even though I still read research papers, I can't remember what they are. I think it's because I gloss over it. I've seen it so often now, I just gloss over it. And I don't read the full research paper, only if I'm curious about like some of their conclusions, because that's at the end, right? Conclusions. I'm like, how did you come to this conclusion based off of the research in your stated thesis? And then I'll go through and look at like what they did for the research. Not the summary of what they did for research, but the actual steps that they did. So each is about 45 pages for an English Lit major with archival writing emphasis. I would have loved to have got my degree in English Lit. Tiffany, hello. Oh, glad for this little surprise. How much longer are you here for? Until 7 p.m. Central. So that's at 8 p.m. Eastern, but I think you're Central. You're Central with me. So yeah, we got about like 5 hours and 45 minutes left. It's a 12-hour day for me because I have not got as much writing done this year as I've wanted. And I kind of knew that would be the case, especially with coming back from vacation to go right into setting up my Kickstarter and running it at the end of February, and then heading into AuthorTube Writing Conference season from that. And then it's also the same couple months there that we have to get all of the podcast episodes done for our their second season of the year, which starts in July. So I knew it was going to be really busy. And I had set myself up a goal of 700,000 because I did 768,000 words last year. But I'm really far behind. Not just a little, which would be expected because of this time of year, but a lot. And when I was looking at what time I could actually write, I have August through October of this year. Those are the only months I can really write consistently, like basically every day, without having a bunch of deadlines that I have to attend to. So, and I thought, there's no way I'm going to write. What did I figure out? Martin and I were coming because we were talking about word counts and stuff. He figured out I had to write 6,000 words a day. Was it 6,000? I think it was 6,000 words a day, August through October, if I was going to hit 700,000 for the year. And I'm like, my brain can't handle that. I can usually do 3,000 consistently day after day without getting burnt out. I can do a whole lot more in a day, but then I kind of get to a point where I'm kind of burnt out. Like I'm doing a lot today, but that's okay because I have lots of things I have to do after this that is not really writing related. I do have my novella I need to finish because I did some revisions and I need to just go through and make sure all my information is consistent. And I have a short story that I need to revise. And both of those are for my Kickstarter, which the money for the Kickstarter should hit my bank this next week. And when it does, then I need to start delivering. So I do have those couple of writing tasks. But other than that, everything else is going to be just admin stuff, all admin stuff, so that's okay if I get a lot of writing. Anyways, just trying to get a lot of writing today. How much have I added? I don't know. I was at 59,000 words in this draft. This is my third book. And now I'm at 62.5. Yeah, that's probably right. So I know I've added a whole lot more than, how many words would that be? 59. So 3,000 words, 3,500 words. I've done a whole lot more than 3,500 words today, but a lot of it has been brainstorming. So writing notes, writing outline. I don't really outline, but I do sometimes head into chapters, writing some things. Sometimes it's just a single sentence, but for these 3 chapters today, I'm actually writing full outlines before I'm writing the chapters. So yeah, where did I leave off? Up here. Sorry, each chapter is 45 pages. I think I understood that, right? When you said it was each. Yeah, no, I mean, that was easy to understand. Yeah, you're good. 561 words for Haley. Nice. Oh, wow, that's a long time. I lost the track of the conversation. Oh, today's a long time. Yes, because I'm trying to get a lot of writing in. The last time I did 12 hours, I decided to do revision, and I really didn't get as much done. I think I added between 5,000 or 6,000 words that day, but it's going to be a lot more today. Where am I at? Let me see. Okay. I'm at 8,683 words for the day right now. I still got 5 more hours. So I should get a lot added to my word count. Hello, Tiff, says Esther. I wish I followed my passions when I was me and you both. Yes. I knew since I was 9 that I wanted to be a writer. And when I told my parents, they were like, you can't make any money. You need to do something else. And I love animals. So they tried to push me toward being a veterinarian. But then when I found out you had to cut into animals, and I'm not good with blood or any bodily things, bodily fluids, it doesn't matter if it's animals, people, whatever. I'm not good with that in real life. I can do it on a page. And I was like, I can't cut them open. And they're like, but you'll be saving their lives. I was like, I still can't do it. And then I thought, I had to do something that made money. And I dropped out of college before I even started. I had a scholarship even because I was going for pharmacy tech. And I was like, oh, that's going to be so boring. I was looking at my classes, so boring. Mentally, I could do it because I'm book smart. But in my heart, I knew I couldn't. It was just too boring. And then so I went off to the military. And then my first degree was in psychology, which I still love psychology. I could have been a psychologist. A research psychologist. I don't think I could work with people. I wouldn't mind working with people and doing research, but not listening and trying to help people with their what they've got going on in their lives, because I already had enough. They say a lot of people who go into psychology, they do it to figure themselves out. So I think that was part of why I did it too. And it wasn't until I was in my early 30s that I finally went for my degree in writing, But then I went off to teach. I did want to write at that time. I wanted to publish. And this was right at the beginning of Amazon and ebooks. And I was reading everything of what people were doing and how they were making money off of it. And I remember going to my husband and saying, hey, people are doing this. And we had just PCS to Hawaii. And I was trying to figure out what else I was going to do with my life, because I thought I was going to go into psychology, and I didn't apply to any colleges in Hawaii because we were told we were staying in Virginia for the next 4 years. And so I had to figure out what else I was going to do. And he was like, I don't know if I trust that. And, the money, and I've always been money oriented anyways. So, what he said and his words, and of course you want to take into account what their concerns are. So I thought, yeah, you're right. I need to go get a real job. So, became a teacher. And then my girlfriend, I graduated from college graduated from college with, there we go. Jenissa, she would come and visit me every year because I was close to a conference that she attended every year. And we would talk about it. And she had started publishing in 2015 or 16. And she's like, you need to be doing this. I'm like, I don't have time. I'm grading too many papers all the time. I'm reading everybody's essays. I don't have time to write myself. And I was also running my own business as a writing coach. And so, yeah, I didn't have time for it. And then when my husband was retiring from the military, I was like, I want to pursue this. I was going to put my foot down. But he was really supportive. He was like, you followed me all these years. He was like, so I will follow you. Whatever it is you want to do, I'll support you. So he's been supporting me since then. But I wish I would have been doing this like you. I wish I would have followed my passions when I was younger. Yeah. I tried to take creative writing at the university level when I was going through my psych degree, but those classes were so full that they said, and I was at the College of William and Mary, they said that unless that was actually your major, you couldn't get into the class. So I was never able to get any classes. I put myself on a wait list, but I never made it. Yep. So background context. Thank you for reminding me, because I was like, what is it? I can't remember what's part of the papers. History, contextual context, shaping the literature. I'm analyzing the analysis of the actual archival writing and then exploring what the text did towards future work. Is there like a synthesis section? Is that part of you might probably do that as part of your analysis. Yeah. Have you gotten enough writing, honey? Are you trying to go? I'm not. I promise. I'm not. I'm trying to make me happy. I don't think about anybody else. I just think about me, making me happy. But yeah, but I can write a lot when I'm drafting because I do speech to text. I feel like I said that wrong earlier. Did I say text to speech? Speech to text. So I can get a whole lot done when I'm doing speech to text, but the revision and editing is slow going because I'm a slow typer. Yeah. And even when I'm revising, if I'm adding like a big section, I always forget, because I'm like in the manuscript typing, I always forget, I should go do this part in, speech to text because I can get it done faster. I always forget that. Question, what do you look for when hiring an editor? Started looking and a bit overwhelmed. There are so many options. Also depends on what kind of editor you're looking for, JL. So my first editor was Faith. I don't remember her last name, but she's the editor for Sarah Cannon. And I had just seen a video of Sarah Cannon's when I was looking for an editor. And this was a few years ago now, probably 2021. Yeah, no, it had to be early 2021. I think it was before I was on YouTube. And Sarah Cannon was talking about her editor, and she offers like proofreading and grammar editing. So not developmental, but also copy editing. And the copy editing, when Sarah Cannon explained it, was exactly what Faith did, and was just amazing. Which is, she would note, she had they call that continuity, something or other. But she would put it almost looked like a table of like, okay, here's a character's name. This is what they look like. Here's some of their dialogue. This is where they appear. And she put all the chapters where they would appear and whatnot. So, and it wasn't just characters, it's also names of location, setting, that kind of stuff. So it was a really great way, continuity. I almost had it. It was a great way to keep it, so you knew what you were doing from book to book. Because I told her up front that it was going to be, a trilogy, so more than one book, a series. So she was keeping control, or trying to say conscious of that. That's not the word I'm looking for. But she was like, noting all of that so that everything would stay continuous. There's a better word. throughout each of the books. So like characters' eyes didn't change or whatnot, right? She was really, really great. Faith, almost, where is she? Atwater Agency. Atwater. It's spelled exactly how it sounds. Atwater Agency. Faith. She was really great. And her prices are very reasonable. Now, as far as a developmental editor, I could never afford a developmental editor, so I wouldn't know how to tell you on that one. I've been lucky that I've had good critique partners. Morgan Lee was my critique partner for several years, and she was awesome. And then now I don't have a critique partner, but I have alpha and beta readers, and now I have what I call like the term I actually put on there is like my omega readers, because I couldn't think of what would be the title for a reader who comes before alpha and beta, who reads like your very rough draft where you just even have placeholder names in there. Like I even have placeholders for similes, where I'll put I always put brackets for my placeholders, and I put, think of a simile that means this, or think of a simile that goes along with this experience or something. So I'll just put, and they even help me figure out similes to put in there. So I have three like omega readers who are reading my very, very early drafts. And so I'm kind of just relying on them now. Hey, Esther from Tiffany. I also have 55K in my draft. Nice. What did I hit? I'm at 62. I don't know if you were saying that in conjunction with what I was saying, but you probably weren't, because my one was 59. But that's really cool. Now, where do you think you're at? Do you think you're like halfway through, or like I'm just starting my second act. Mine's going to be really long. I know it's going to be over 100,000 words. I mean, it's fantasy, right? So it's going to be over 100,000. But where do you think you're at right now? Congrats to Haley from Esther. Awesome that you both are there for each other. Yeah, it was great. It's great when you have a husband who supports you. Yeah, he's been awesome. And I think it was kind of a shock for him too, because he was always gone all the time with the military. He was a boat captain in the Army. And so he was constantly sailing out all the time. He'd come home for a few weeks and then be gone for a few weeks and then come home for a few weeks and sometimes be gone for a few months, especially when we were in Hawaii, because he often sailed to Japan. And so was me doing everything, the house, the kids, all of that. And when he retired, and I was like, do you think you can handle all of this? And he's like, yeah, I can handle it. I still do. I still cover down on a few things because he hasn't been doing this for the last 20 years. So, but he's really great. And he makes sure I eat, because sometimes I won't stop writing to eat. But it's getting all the words makes you happy. Go and catch them all. Thank you, Esther. Yeah, so synthesis is combined with analysis. Okay, gotcha. But other fields do that as a separate. That's what I was thinking. There was a separate field for that, but I couldn't remember. I thought maybe it was just me in my head. Other fields do it as a separate section. It also depends on what you want to do with the chapter, I think. Not sure what type of editing I actually need. Like, I got the entire manuscript start to finish. However, I would like some professional feedback on plot pieces. So you are looking for a developmental editor in that case. And I wouldn't know the best thing to tell you, because I've never looked for a developmental editor. But there's All Call Indie. It's a site that Devin does, where she has gotten together like people submit what they're doing. So it's people on All Call Indie who are oftentimes authors themselves, self-published authors, that offer a range of services. I don't remember the exact the URL. But if you search All Call Indie, I just typed that in, and you will find the site pretty easy. I still got the hiccups because I have not eaten yet. But yeah, so you might be able to find someone on there for shorter. You know, it's another thing I've done though, because I know I can't afford a developmental. They're very expensive. I have paid for beta readers from Fiverr, and there is one that she is awesome. Maddie, and I've given her name to lots of people, and they've used her, and they've all told me that it was a wonderful experience. She only charges $35, like for real, only $35 up to like 120,000 words, which has been great for all of my books except for my most recent one, because it was over 120,000 words. But I still think I only paid like $55, which is great. And she puts comments in the in your work, and she also does a write-up. And the write-up, it kind of splits it out by pacing and plot and all of that stuff. Especially if you leave it open. If you just say, give me feedback, she'll put like all the, what they call that, the elements of writing, elements of creative writing. But you can also ask her to specifically, gear toward like one thing or another, or several questions. And she does ask if you have like, beta reader feedback questions that you want to give her. So, she doesn't do that in addition to doing all the creative elements, but it was still a pretty good write-up. I mean, I've always gotten like 2 or 3 pages, single space from her, a write-up on my work. I will grab her link if you want to use her. I don't know if she was getting quite overwhelmed at the end of last year, so I don't know if she's still going. I'm assuming yes, but because she's been going for a while. Let's see, beta read your manuscript by Patty. I thought maybe she might be taking a break one of these days because she's been doing this for a couple of years and she does get overbooked. And I think, she genuinely loves to read and offer help, which I think is crucial to getting really good feedback. Okay, she is still taking orders. I feel like one of these days she's going to stop because she's been, like I said, she's been doing this for a while and she was getting like overwhelmed last year. Like she's really good at getting your stuff back to you on time. Usually I've done 4 or 5 books through her. And it wasn't until the last book that she asked for extra time because she had stuff going on and lots of projects. And oh wow, it's still $35 up to $125K. So I will drop that link if you want to use her. Because I couldn't, like for my first series, I couldn't afford a developmental editor, and I didn't have a critique partner for my first 2 books, right? I know I didn't have it for the first one. I think Morgan started helping me with my 3rd book. And so I hired a bunch of beta readers to read my stuff. So, okay, I just dropped her link in the chat. I want to make sure I'm starting the book in the right place and that there are no plot holes and things of that nature. She can help you with that for sure. Question, any tips for getting better readers if you are not on social media? I know there's lots of groups on Facebook, etc., but I'm not on any social media besides watching videos out here. Are you talking about like beta readers probably? So my first few beta readers, like I said, I hired from Fiverr mostly. There's some developmental editors on Fiverr too that you can hire. They're a lot cheaper than developmental editors that you would find that are not on the platform. It's hit or miss. I did hire 2 of them for my first book, and one gave really great feedback, but it was like $300. And then the other one was not, she didn't give any better than what Maddie gave me. And hers was like $100 and some. And so I've never gone back and used either of them. I just went back to Maddie for the rest of my books. So, but as far as finding beta readers, I have found them like on Goodreads, but if you're not, Goodreads is not necessarily social media, but there are forums on Goodreads. So the first few beta readers that I found for my first 2 books was also on Goodreads. I went to the forums there. You can there's a few different groups where you can just post your book and like a synopsis and what it's about and say, I'm open for beta readers. And you might get some hits that way. And then you can also do, sort of like critique partners where you're exchanging work, but you're exchanging beta reader feedback with each other. And I've done that there too. And then I think the rest were Facebook for me. But since then, because I've been building my newsletter lists for many years, for 4 years, I've been building my newsletter list. So now I don't need to use any of those avenues unless I really feel like I need some additional help, which then I've used Maddie. But I just have my newsletter list, and I've always got a good couple dozen people who sign up to read my works. But that just has come from building my newsletter list, which if you don't have that done, you will have to look outside of that for other ideas. So I'm a little over halfway if we're going by chapter count. Okay. I'm planning to have 50 chapters and I'm on chapter 31 now. Okay. So if you're at 55,000, so you're going to be right around 100,000 words, probably a little under then, depending on how, I don't know if your chapters are consistently like the same number or not. Mine tend to be around 1,500. Hi, JC. How's it going? How's it going? I'm looking at I'll Call Andy down here. See my focus. My brain skips. How's it going for you? Are you working on anything today? Morgan Lee offers Dev Eva too. That's right. I forgot about that. And I think she's on I'll Call Andy. Maybe she's not. I don't remember. But yeah, she also offers dev edits. She does that for Ben. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, and she does a reasonable price from what I remember for people that she knows from AuthorTube. She offers something. I don't know if she still does that. I might be misspeaking. I know she did that a while ago, but I don't know if she still does it. Hey, Esther. Hello. OMG. Great. Her name is Maddie. Yep, Maddie. Wait, did I spell her name wrong? I did spell her name wrong. No. I spelled her name right. Okay. Yeah, Maddie. I thought maybe I spelled it wrong, but it's okay. It's a thing with me because my name is always spelled wrong. But all right, I got to the end. No, that's not the end. Thank you. Yes. Hi, SD. Wow, 12-hour stream, my type of stream. Hey, Kaufman, how's it going? Hope all is well with you. Yeah, I need to get words in. I have not got the words in this year that I've wanted to get in. Joanne saying hello to everyone who has come in. How are you guys all going? How's writing going for you? Same right now. It's from JL to Kaufman. Hey, JK, doing great. Almost at my goal for the day. How are you? It's going okay, Shannon. I'm just editing a video at the moment and then doing some more reading. Ooh, what you read? What am I reading? Oh, I'm reading a book I never thought I would ever be interested in reading. It's part of the Fractured Fairy Tales, which I talked about in Laura's stream the other night. And it's and I've talked about it in my streams for those who are normally here in the mornings. And so it's promotion on Prolific Works. And I got it, but I wasn't sure if I would like it because it's country. It's contemporary romance, and it's about a country western band, and it's all countrified. I'm not really country. I do like some country songs, but it's not really what I'm usually used to reading, but I like it. It's Goldilocks and the Rebels or something like that, I think. Yeah, the Fractured Fairy Tale is supposed to be kind of based off of fairy tales, and it's 3 guys in a band, and her name is Goldilocks, and she's joining the band, and they're called the Rebels. So I think it's Goldilocks and the Rebels. I'm actually liking it. So, JL, honestly, not good at the moment, dealing with really bad cramps. Going to take some leave later. Ugh, I hope you feel better, Joanne. I'm going between the J.D. Robb book I just started and a book I'm beta reading for someone. I have not read a J.D. Robb book in years. I think the last time was like the year after I got back from deployment. I was like collecting all her books, and that would have been 2005. Wow, 10 years. I think that's the last time I read a J.D. Robb book, but I love her books. Hey, Book Hermit. I'm reading A Study in Scarlet this evening. Glad to catch your sprints. Oh, I'm glad that you're here. I think I've gotten through the comments now, so let's go ahead. We're doing 1 hour long sprints for anyone who has to leave out. Oh wait, I didn't answer this, right? Yeah, I didn't answer my own question. So the question is, what's a small craft skill you've worked hard to improve? Dialogue, pacing, transitions, etc. And how did you approach it? So I guess it's not really small when I work on character, because characterization or characters has a lot to it because there's a lot in characterization. But the one thing that I've worked on has to do with character and POV, and I've been working on this one for years. There's not a lot out there. I think I might have like all the books published on deep POV, but it's called deep POV. It's writing in third person point of view, but the deep POV is like the closest you can get to writing first person point of view without writing first person point of view. And every single bit that's in your manuscript, like from the dialogue, internal dialogue, the prose, everything is all written through the perspective and experiences of that character. And it can actually get very intense if you really get deep into it. So I don't delve that deep into it. But from all my research and reading, I have 19 rules that I've written for myself. I don't know where I put them. I think I know where I put them. But now they're kind of just all in my head. But I wrote them all down at one point. But to try to get deep POV on all of my chapters. But that's one thing that I'm constantly trying to improve. And the way I approached it was just reading a bunch on it, what I could find on the internet. Don't let it, I mean, if you've never heard of deep POV, it's not close or limited third person. Some articles I've read have just interchanged close and limited with each other and with deep POV. It's not the same. I'm trying to remember who, I can see the face of the person who's written a lot on it. But yeah, there's definitely some rules with it. And just from all the different things, I've written my own rules of how to do deep POV. I don't think I'm great at it yet, but I just constantly work on that. So I don't know. Hope you feel better soon, JK. Hi, Book Hermit. And thank you both. I don't know if I'm taking my cat out to play today. Gonna watch something on Netflix. I rarely watch TV anymore, but yesterday was my kiddo's birthday. And I asked him what he wanted to do. And he said he wanted to watch the third Sonic. It's the Hedgehog. So I watched that yesterday. It was okay. Oh, I'll also be reading one of yours this weekend, The Sunstone, the Hybrid Prince. Yay. Hopefully you like it. It's the only book of mine my husband has read, because he doesn't really like reading, and the style is slightly different. I knew that he would probably like it, because I don't go into, like, he doesn't like a lot of words and description and all that. He just wants to get to the action and the dialogue, and that one's more action dialogue than description. There's some description, but so it's slightly different. So he was able to read it. He liked it, but it's the only one he's read. So I don't know if he would like the other ones. And hey, there's some great movies on Netflix. Nothing wrong with taking a day to just take care of yourself. I mean, it depends on what you think is taking care of yourself. I mean, because I don't really like spending time on TV. I do like it sometimes, but most of the time I don't. I'd rather be writing than, and for years I let myself feel guilty, and my husband and my oldest son, they would say things every now and then, because we sit there watch TV, and I'm sitting there watching TV. This is what we did day in and day out after work and dinner was done. I'd sit there and watch TV, and I'm like, this is boring. I don't want to be doing this. So I would get on my laptop and start writing, and then they would, drop, hints, and like, you're not really with us if you're writing. And I realized probably like a year ago, maybe 10 months ago now, I was like, but that's not what I really want to do. I didn't want to sit there and watch TV. So why did I torture myself and sit there and watch TV all those years and not write? Yeah. I don't know. That's the way I felt about it. And so I decided, it was about 10 months ago, I'm done with getting done with my day job and then sitting in front of the TV and watching TV the whole night and feeling guilty about, if I wanted to write. So back to the chatty bits. And thank you. I actually rather take my cat outside to play. I usually clean her house, and then I get to see her play. I think that sounds good. Generally, I'd rather be writing, but there are times I definitely need to put the computer away and just soak in the tub and watch Netflix on my tablet. I mean, whatever works for you. I don't even like being in the tub. I do not like the idea of sitting in my own dirty water. I think we might have had this conversation, because I think we talked about, or maybe it wasn't with you, maybe it was with someone else, where you take a shower first to get all the dirty stuff off and then go sit in the tub. I could do that. But like sitting in a tub to bathe is like, I don't know, something about that icks me. So I don't even use the bathtub. We have some maids now that come to the house to clean every 2 weeks. I always tell them, don't worry about the bathtub. I don't use it. So, oh, that's not happiness for you. Oh, and Tobin doesn't like the rain. But I know most cats probably don't like the rain. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. I know I said that already, but for anyone leaving out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1, go back. All right, how did you guys do on that sprint? I drafted the next part of the chapter. I think I am almost done. I think I just have like a final parting image that I'm going to write into this chapter, and I'll be done with it. 1,237 words. I'm going to start off brainstorming on the next sprint. But yeah, let's see how you guys did. Left off here talking about Tobin doesn't like the rain very much, which is probably true of most kitties. And Joanne had thought about taking the kitty outside to go play, and that would bring a little levity to her day, I think was what she was saying. I'm trying to find that original comment, but I'm not seeing it now. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, I'd rather take my cat outside to play and I get to see her play rather than cleaning house. So does it mean you had to clean house then? JL says, I totally understand, Joanne. I guess all we can do on those days is make the best of whatever we're working with. Maybe you guys have a nice cuddle day on the couch with Netflix and fave treats. Yeah. What would you guys want to watch right now on Netflix or whatever program you're on? I watched The Electric State a couple weeks ago, and it was totally by accident. I mean, I turned on the TV for a reason. I thought I was just going to play in the background because nobody was here. It was just me. The hubby had taken the kiddo off for spring break to go visit family. And so I was going to put on the background, and then I got into the movie and watched it. It was pretty good. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Thank you. Oh, hello, right, Holly Davis. How's it going, Holly? Hope sprints are going well. I'm hopping on after meeting with some coworkers this morning, ready to get all of the words in. That was about an hour ago. So hopefully you got some words in. Nicole, hello. Oh my gee, hi. I'm finally around to join in. I know we don't get to see each other. We kind of cross over just onto each other's videos often. I had started watching your most recent video, but had not got through it yet. It was shoot, what was it? I had to close down I had too many tabs open. I had to close it because my computer was acting kind of funny. But now I can't remember. It was like a funny title. I mean, I think the title was like meant that something funny was going to happen. But I hadn't got very far into the video. I've been sitting here trying to come up with a team name for the college in my book because I never really liked the volcanoes. And after all this time, I think I'm sticking with it. I mean, I like volcanoes. I like the term. Working on a book review for my channel. It's a longer one, so yay to editing. Not. Yeah. I didn't mind editing sometimes, but it did get tedious after a while. It's just too hard to find a mascot that isn't already being used. Maybe try the Rhinos? Is that being used? Oh, there's a rugby team named the Rhinos. Yeah, I'd have to think about that one. A mascot that's... We had the Bisons in my high school. That I had never heard of until I got there. There's some really weird mascots out there, though. They're not always animals, right? What about something more contemporary? I'm trying to think. I was going through like things I was just reading or listening to over the last couple of days. Napstar was just bought for millions of dollars by some company. I don't know if it's going to keep the name Napstar, but I don't know where my mind was going with that one because Napstar doesn't sound like a good mascot. But thanks. You'll probably have to use something from a sports team if you can't find anything after a while. Are there mascots that are made from like fictitious animals, like dragons and stuff? I bet there probably is. So maybe you can come up with something like that. Oh, I bet there's something like griffins too. Trying to think. Hydra? No. Too much reference to Marvel. I'm trying to think of some things. Oh, hey, Tiff, says Rachel. 714 words. Amazing, Haley. Awesome. Made lunch instead of continuing to look up names. I had a premiere to do, so only got 29 pages read. I'm really enjoying A Study in Scarlet so far. You had a premiere? Do you want to drop the link? You're not wrenched, are you? Hold on. You're not wrenched. Okay, hold on. Let me give you a wrench. You can drop the link to your... I know the premiere is probably over, but if you wanted to drop the link to it, you are welcome to. Holly got 510 words. Nice. Lately, I've been watching a bunch of documentaries on Netflix. I like documentaries. Right now, I'm watching one Laura recommended about FLDS called Keep Sweet, Pray, and Obey. What does FLDS stand for? Sounds like a cult. Like if you have to obey, like keep sweet, pray, and obey. But I guess it could be something religiously or religious affiliated. Got my edits done. Nice. When are you scheduling that to go out anytime soon? Before I watch the one about Madeline McCann. I've heard of that one, but I haven't seen it. Bisons are a good one. There you go. You can do bisons. I was thinking the pandas. Well, it sounds too cheesy, and someone's probably using it. Scylla, yes. The cheetahs, the leopards, cheetah girls. Nostalgia just hit me. I already have the Midnight Dragons for my football team. Ooh, well, what's the opposite of a dragon? But is just as fearsome, because I'm thinking the opposite of a dragon is like a unicorn, but probably not too fearsome. I don't think anyone would want to call themselves a unicorns. I'd probably say griffin, but I bet those are out there already. The silver griffin. Oh, I love that. I keep thinking of Hydra for some reason. What about Medusa? Something like that. Yeah, but Cheetah Girls isn't a sports team. Hecton, I don't know how you say that. Centaur. Yes, I like the Centaur. Oh yeah, now I need to go watch the Cheetah Girls. I don't know how you say that one. What is it? The Church of Latter-day Saints, but a more extreme division of it, I think. Okay. So maybe more on the cultish side. Phoenix. Ooh, or Firebird. I have a Firebird in this story, which one of my readers was like, said something about a phoenix or whatnot. And I didn't say anything about it because it's just comments they're leaving on the draft and story origin. But Phoenix is actually different from Firebird. And Firebird actually has different meanings, like what it stands for, what it can do, what it looks like in different cultures. It's really interesting. Oh, thanks. Really nice of you. It's from my TBR game that I base on Pictionary. I love Pictionary. I have to go check it out. Titan. I feel like Titan's been used a lot. I don't know why I feel that. Maybe that's in a lot of movies. Cheetah Girls 2 was my favorite, other than High School Musical. Was my favorite DCOM. Disney something. I don't know what DCOM stands for, but other than High School Musical. I probably have to say I like High School Musical because I don't really remember Cheetah Girls. I know I watched it, but I don't remember it. I watched that FLDS documentary too. Was it good? Hecatoncheires. Oh, was that the 100-handed men? I think that's who they might have been from Greek mythology. The first one was the best hands down, but I like them all. I do recall the first one. I just don't recall the other ones. Having lunch and still working through sources to clarify definitions. You're making progress. It's like the opposite of Cyclops, where it has 10 to 100 heads and arms. Yeah, okay, that's what I remember. And they were considered monsters. And didn't they help Zeus overthrow Cronus? And he had promised to, free them to Gaia. But after it was over, they locked them away in the earth after it was all over. And she got upset about that. It's chilling. Keelan. Okay. I don't know what a Keelan is. It's a fusion of a unicorn and a dragon, but pure good. That might be Disney Channel original movie. Thank you. I didn't pick that one up. I figured it was Disney something. I like the idea of the Keelan. Wait, I'll have to write this down. Let me write. Because I'm going to be writing a story for an anthology. I'm part of a women's fantasy writing group. And we are doing the theme of things lost, something like that. And I thought, it'd be really cool if I had something in my world that was only one type of that creature, and it was lost and no one knows what happened to it. And I was like, of course, the first thing I thought of was unicorn, because the last unicorn was that's too obvious. That's too on the nose. But I love this idea, unicorn and dragon. Although I haven't exactly figured out if I want to have unicorns in my world. And if I do, are they is there more than one? Is it like a population that's well known? I haven't figured that part out yet. It's good, but it's chilling. Yeah, I don't know. What did I just watch? I say just, but it was a few months ago. I watched something about cults. Oh, it was a Mormon. Was it Mormon? No. No, it was the it's one that Tom Cruise is part of. I was watching something on that a few months ago, and I thought that was kind of chilling. Right, JC. I find it interesting as well, though, because it really gives inside info on how we can be convinced of the craziest stuff if told in a certain way. I mean, it's actually a psychological thing that if you're told something over and over again, even if you know from the beginning that it's not right, if you hear it over and over again, especially from multiple sources, you begin to take it as truth and fact. So that is actually a psychological phenomenon that they've done a lot of research on. Hooligan, China's nine-tailed fox. I don't know if I said that right. Gumiho, Korean version. And the Kitsune. I like Kitsune. I have a Kitsune in my second book. And he'll be in the sequel series. He was actually the character. He was chosen. The character was developed by the person who backed me at what I call my God tier on my first Kickstarter. So at my God tier, which is the highest level, they get to develop, for the first one, they get to develop a character for that book I was writing. And that's what he came up with. And then for this next one, for this next Kickstarter that just got over, my God tier was creating a character for the sequel series. Because I know all the characters that are going to be in this book that I'm writing now. And I don't know if I have room for another character. But my sequel series, there's going to be a lot of characters, and a lot I don't even know about yet, but I know they're going to be there. So, and I actually had 2 people who backed me at my God tier on this newest Kickstarter. So 2 people I'll be getting with to develop characters for my sequel series. And we'll see what we come up with. But there was a Kitsune now in my book. Exactly. Book Hermit, the mental, emotional, and spiritual manipulation they did was just baffling. Yes, Scientology. I was trying to remember the name of that. Yeah, I do not have the best memory. Red Cap. Everyone forgets fairies and gnomes used to be evil and scary. Wendigo. Yes. Wendigo. That would be cool. Do a Wendigo. Tiffany, are you still here? Do a Wendigo. Leshy. I like Wendigo. I like that. But is it with an N? Is there an N in it? N in it. Say that a few times fast. And Leshy. Alrighty. Got to the end of the comments. I guess maybe my question this time was a bit too much. What's your approach to foreshadowing or planting thematic threads? And so I'll answer this for me. And that is, I don't really have an approach. Like to start when I'm drafting, these are not things that are really in my head. My first book in the series, I kind of had a theme that I felt popped up in the first few chapters. And I tried to kind of follow that theme and kind of reinforce it throughout the book. I don't know if anyone would read the book and say, hey, this book has a theme of this. I don't know that anybody would do that. Yeah, otherwise foreshadowing and theme is I think theme is hard to do. But with foreshadowing, I typically do that on my revision drafts where I'm like, okay, I want to foreshadow this. I want to foreshadow that. And I'll make notes to myself in my draft as I'm writing. Like, I should probably talk about this sooner. It's usually the note I leave to myself on my draft. So, but yeah. Wendigo, yes. I don't really plan on anything. I just write. See? Same. I never plan foreshadowing. It just kind of happens. And I find when I do, I read through like, oh, nice. You know what? Actually, I have had that happen. I outlined my debut novel and it was pretty boring to write, but I still slipped in things here and there. And I was like, what am I going to do with this? I don't know. Happens to me all the time though. But I had slipped in, it was a really early chapter in which Hera, the Greek goddess, gave a coin to my main character. And I was like, I really don't know what that coin's going to do. I don't know why I have it there. I might have to take it out later. But there was something in my outline I hadn't figured out. Like I knew we got to a point in the outline where Lily's trying to save her sister. And it's Samhain when her sister's taken. So she's able to take the portals to the other world during Samhain. But when she gets there, the leprechaun sends her back to the mortal realm. And now she can't go through the portals. It's no longer Samhain. And so she can't get through. And she's trying to figure out how to get back and save her sister. And this is kind of like the what do they call that? The moment of darkness, or it's called something else. Yeah, it's a moment where they think like all is lost, right? Like, how can I can't save my sister. And she starts the book off already having lost one sister and feeling responsible for it. Her oldest sister, they're triplets, but the oldest sister of the triplets had drowned, and she was there and she couldn't save her sister. And so it's her darkest moment, because now she has another sister that she can't save, and she doesn't know what's going to happen. Dark night of the soul. Yes. Thanks, JC. And she's like, I don't know how to get back to the other world. And then she remembers the coin. But before I remembered that, all I wrote in my outline was, I said, dark night of the soul point. And then she makes it back to the other world. That was my next plot point. She makes it back to the other world. And I'm like, I don't know how she does that. And so when I actually got to that point in writing my draft, I was like, how is she going to get back to the other world? And then I remembered, oh yeah, that's right. She got this coin from Hera. So, and Hera said, you ever need me, just call me. And so she calls on Hera, and Hera opens a portal for her to go to the other world. Yeah. So I do that sometimes. It wasn't on purpose. I can't even start writing unless I play. So weird how we're all different with that, right? But it's kind of cool. Symbolism, on the other hand, I pack with writing with a bunch of symbolic stuff and references. I do something that is symbolic that if I never said it, no one would ever know, only because it's more symbolic for me. And that's because my first series is a trilogy. It's the Irish trilogy that I will probably never write any more fantasy. It will probably just be fantasy romance for the rest of what I write. But to kind of like pay homage, I don't know how you say the word, to kind of keep that in my mind, I guess. So there's 3 sisters, and they all have flower names. That's based on Plormenbaum from the Irish mythologies. It's the name means the flower of women. And it's noted that she's born, and then that's it. You know who her parents are, but that's it. You don't know anything else that happens after that. So Lily, Rose, and Marigold are the three daughters. And so I have flowers in all of my books, and I always have at least one of those. So in my first, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, it's a Beauty and the Beast inspired story. So, and then of course, in Beauty and the Beast, there's a rose. And so I have a rose. There's Rose. In the second book, it's lilies. So there's silver lilies, and they're kind of all over the place. But there's also the name of the Admar's ship. And lilies is also in the Florist Budding Desire. And I think I might talk about marigolds. But in the third book that I'm writing now, it's marigolds. It's Marigold's turn. So that's actually my female main character's favorite flower is a fire marigold. And she has a black cat that gets given to her. It's very aware and very sentient, but doesn't talk to her. And she doesn't even know if it can talk to her. And she doesn't know the name for the cat, but she's all black with gold eyes. And so she says, it reminds me of my favorite flower. So your name is Marigold. She calls the cat Marigold. So there. All my books have some type of tribute to one of my flower girls, basically from my first series. So that's just a symbolic thing for me. Otherwise, I don't think I really do much like on purpose with symbols. Got 1,683 words. Nice, Martin. Nice job. Yes, Dark Night of the Soul or All is Lost moment. All of that. If I plan too much, I end up abandoning the project because of analysis paralysis. I can understand that. I make some notes about characters and plot and then dive in. That's what I kind of do too. I don't write a whole lot, but sometimes when I get to a chapter, I'll plot a little bit more. Usually if I write some more notes before I start a chapter, it's only because I really have no idea what I'm going to do in the chapter. There's a lot that's in my head that I just start writing and it just comes out. But when I get to a chapter, I'm like, I need something here, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Then I do some more planning and plotting. Thank you kindly, JC. In the underworld, all I hear are screams, greet the world. Full speed ahead. Hi, hop back in, stay a bit before bed. Nice to see you back, Keiko. I only started a book until I have completed a surprisingly complicated spreadsheet. Yes, spreadsheet is the way he does outlines. You can't have fun without a spreadsheet, Shrug. I had plenty of fun without spreadsheets, but I do keep timelines on spreadsheets because especially like these first 3 books, they're non-linear. So they all happen over each other's stories. And it's like the same 30 to 40 day period. And the brothers all talk to each other and you get glimpses of what's going on in their story. So I have to make sure it all lines up. So I do have a spreadsheet for that. Make a plan, execute the plan, watch the plan go off the rails, throw away the plan. Yeah. Well, that's kind of cool, the symbolism. Yeah. Yeah, no one would know it if I didn't say it. So, and I'm sure I've got plenty of readers out there who have read the books that they may not even know about my fantasy series, but there it is. That's the reason why. LOL Martin. Okay. I will get another question up for the next round, getting ready for another hour-long sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I've got to add up my words. Did like 2 minutes of brainstorming and then 15 minutes of drafting to finish up that chapter and the final image that I wanted to have in that chapter. And then I did a bunch of brainstorming for the next chapter. And I think I kind of got to the end of my brainstorming. I still don't know what my final image is for this next chapter, but I think I'm going to go ahead and start writing on the next sprint. Okay, what are my words? So it's like 1189 words for that brainstorming session at the end. Well, that was most of it. That was at 31 minutes. But then if I add in what I drafted and my other brainstorming session, 1736 altogether. So, yeah. Okay, let's see how you guys did. Left off here with Martin saying, if anyone wants to see how it's done, I recorded a talk. So I think that was in reference to how he uses the spreadsheets to do his outlining. No one would know it unless I said. I feel that too much. Yeah, right? That was in reference to when we were talking about symbolism and how we put that into our works. JC says, I don't know how I missed that one, Martin, but I have saved it to watch later. Thanks. Feel free to swear at the screen, JC, says Martin. LOL. Nicole says, new task is connecting my merch store to my website. We'll see how this goes. Fingers crossed. Which, I don't know if you're still here, but which merch store are you using? Just curious. There's quite a few out there. Workday is done. Yay. Going to clock out and head home. Happy writing, friends. Thank you, Esther. I appreciate you being here. That was about an hour ago, so I missed you, but thank you so much. Have a safe trip home, Esther, from JC. I'm back, kind of. Hopefully we'll get some more words written. Fingers crossed. That was about a half hour ago, so were you able to get anything in? Answer to question 7. Everything in apparently as many notebooks as possible. So yes, question 7 is how do you organize your notes, research, and ideas? Digitally, on paper, chaos in a folder? I know there's lots and lots of other different ways of doing it, but those are just the 3 that I put there. I think the website in fourth wall connection worked. It says to give it 48 hours, so I'll be patient. I'm off to play Sims 4. Have fun. So I did miss her, but she did tell us which merch store she was going through. Next, I'd probably ask what website she's using. But answer 7 from JC. I write notes and typically do my initial outline by hand on paper and then type up the outline later before I start drafting. For research, unless I can print out the research, I have different folders on my computer for whatever research goes to whichever project, so I know where to access it later. That's smart. Putting all the research in one folder. I should do that. My research is kind of all over the place. But had to take a break to eat and tend to the house, etc., but should have the next 90 minutes to focus. I did get a snack. I got some cheese crackers. So I did have a little bit of a break, but not a lot. Tiffany, hello. Started rewriting a couple of scenes so I can start writing the rest of the story. Did you come up with an idea for your mascot? We were throwing out a lot, and I don't know if you were here during that time when we were throwing out even more toward the end of that particular break. We will see how fast this goes today, so I can decide if I'm going to keep going with this story or a different one. That kind of goes along with one of the questions I had earlier. The question was, I already deleted it. I think the question was along the lines of when you have a story idea, at what point, I don't remember what the question was, but something about how do you decide if it's worth pursuing or something along those lines. But yeah. I watched a video on marketing to get some ideas during a sprint. Ooh, share. What'd you learn? Wrote 750 words for Holly. Awesome. 960. I love that too. I typically almost always have a factor of 5 in my writing sprints. I don't think I've had any factors of 5 for my overall sprints I've had for any ones today, but like individual ones. So like my second sprint, my first brainstorming session was 20 words. So there's a factor of 5, but I always have a factor of 5 in my numbers. 962 words for Haley that time, and just finished this chapter. Woo, on to the next. I missed the end of the sprint. I was in the zone. Sometimes that happens. It's okay. Notion, but I do also use notebooks and sometimes in Scrivener if I'm in the middle of writing. I think, right? Didn't you do like a presentation on Scrivener way back when in the first AWC, but then you switched over to Notion. I'm assuming you might like it better. Obviously, you're sticking with it. I've not used Notion, but I've gone to a couple of webinars now where the speakers are using Notion for their notes, and they share it so you can see their notes, and you can just copy and paste it if you don't, or you can just somehow, I think you can put it into your own Notion if you've got Notion, but I don't have Notion. But I just copy and paste it into documents. Hey, Holly, says JC. For now, I think not going to worry about it. That is going to be a future me problem. Do you know how often I say that? That's like, I'll say that's not a today problem. Hi, JC from Holly. All right. So if I answer the question, how do you organize notes, research, ideas digitally on paper in chaos? So I almost always kind of start, I have one folder or one notebook, and I start putting tabs. So I know, like, it's not in any order. This is not in order. I just put tabs so I can figure out what is in here and kind of create an order. And yeah, I'm about halfway through filling this up, and that's just for my main series. Although I do have like little pieces of paper I add in. So that's where it kind of starts. And then I also write down like stuff. This is where I keep track of all my word count and everything, but I also write down notes in here. So like I wrote down a note here for later for one of my stories. So I do that. Oops, I'm like hitting everything on my desk. And then as far as like trying to take all the information, I have been trying to put it all together into like my own wiki, which is, I use Obsidian to do that, but I still have like way more notes written down than I actually have in Obsidian. And I'm trying to get into the habit that now when I'm revising, that I've come across something that's like world building or character, characterization or whatever, I go right into Obsidian and then make an entry for it and then link it wherever I need to link it to. So it's really cool. It has like, you can do backlinks and whatnot in Obsidian. So I really, really enjoy using that. That's what I'm doing with mine. So I love even numbered word counts because it makes it easier for me to count how much I wrote. Math is hard. Haha. I am also an even number person, but yeah. It's just, I just like even numbers over odd numbers. I had to have C-sections with both my boys, and I got to choose their birthdays. And the first one I chose the 8th. He was due on Mother's Day, which I think was 8, 7, 6. It was a 6 that year, I believe. But that was a Sunday. So, and they didn't do C-sections on Sundays. So I chose the 8th, which 8th is my second favorite number. And then when it came to my next, we tried for a natural birth, but he was not coming out, and they couldn't induce my labor because I had a previous C-section. So I had to choose, and she only let me go 1 week past my due date. And even to this day, I keep thinking I should have chose the 27th because he was due on the 20th. But I just couldn't do it. But the reason why for the 27th is because it would have been the 27th of March, third month. The 27th of June, 3 months later, is my mom's birthday. The 27th of September, 3 months later, is my husband's birthday. 3 months later after that, the December 27th was my ex-sister-in-law's birthday. She was my sister-in-law then. So it would have been someone's birthday on the 27th every 3 months. And I was like, I should have done this. I should have chose the 27th. And I just could not. I could not. So I chose the 28th. He was born on 28th. So he just had a birthday yesterday. He's 12. But I just couldn't do it. That's how much I do not like odd numbers. So I understand that. And yes, it is easier to do math when they're even. This is a story that was supposed to be published last year, but I kept writing other things. So you have a lot of multiple projects probably going at the same time. Yep, I did Scrivener Workshop. It's still up on my YouTube channel. Notion and Obsidian are actually kind of similar. Yeah, but I think from what I've seen of Notion, that it works so much better for visual, if you're a visual person, right? Like, is that the one that has like, you can do like note card like things? I think I'm thinking of the right thing. Which I am more of a visual person when it comes to notes. That's so much easier. But I haven't taken the time to learn Notion. I just haven't done it. You know what I think it is? I think part of it is that because it is, and I, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe it's an online drive or whatever that is connected to. So like whatever you write in Notion is saved on an online platform, and their, whatever system they have for storage. And I think that kind of scares me just a little bit. Because if something happens to them, then it's gone. and then you don't have it anymore. But I don't know if there's like a version you can download and you can do it on your computer. Obsidian kind of has the same thing. You can download it on your computer. You can also use their online drive. I don't. You also have to pay for their online drive. I don't. But I have it on my computer. I do have it linked to an online drive in Google Drive, but it makes MD files. So I have those MD files saved in different places. So if something happened to drive, I would still have those MD files. So, and I don't have to have the drive in order to keep what I have in Obsidian. So whatever I have in Obsidian will stay there. It's just the drive is just like a backup, but then I back up the backup. So I think that's just the only thing that kind of worries me. So again, I don't know if Notion has, wait, you can export your information from Notion. See, it doesn't start with your system, right? It starts in their system. You have to remember to export it to keep it if you wanted. I like that with Obsidian. It's on my computer, and yeah. So whenever I'm updating it, if I don't remember to go and back up, and which I don't remember every single time to go back up the files on Drive to a different place. But yeah, where are we at? Happy birthday, your son. Thank you. I had the same birthday as Shannon's mom. So that's June 27th. Yeah. Not that I don't talk to her anymore. Mom. I don't talk to her anymore. I was looking at mom. But yeah. It can be more visual depending on how you set it up. See, I think I've seen it set up like there's like rectangles, like almost like note cards, but I don't know if I'm remembering the right thing. Might be backed up to the drive, but you can export your information from Notion if you want. Yeah. So does it also allow for like, you probably, since you said they're pretty much the same. So it allows for like backlinks and stuff, and you can almost like a wiki page probably. Interesting. Yeah. You have to remember to export it. Yeah. See, that's the only thing that kind of worries me, because if I don't remember, and then if something happens to the website, it goes down for whatever reason, loses your information. What is it? Atticus, right? Oh my gosh. I have been fighting with Atticus several days last week. I was fighting with it. I was updating like some of the master pages, like the copyright page and the also buy page, and it was not keeping it. And I kept doing it over and over again. And I thought, well, they have a version you can download to your desktop. So I download it. It still links to the website. And I'm like, it keeps losing my pages. And now it shows my also buy page. I did figure out how to get to show my also buy page with my corrections on it, but my copyright page has just completely disappeared. It's there on the screen in the file, like has your book set up, and has your title page and all everything's on the left hand side. You can see all the pages you have in your book when you go to export it. It's there. I click on it. I can read the information. When I look at the PDF, it's not there. When I look at the EPUB, it's not there. It's just gone. And I'm like, Lord. I was like, I need to go back to using Calibre or however you say that, Calibre, however you say that. So, because I know it's going to be there if I do that. But yeah. And that's just one book I've done so far. And I wrote down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 books I have to format for my Kickstarter. That's just one book for my Kickstarter. And I was fighting it for 2 days. So. Yep, it works like Wiki. Also, you can backlink and set things up to link together. Nice. I love that. That's one of the things I love since I work with families, because I can link them all together and with the story that they are in. Yeah, I love that part about Obsidian too. And for the visual part that I really like with Obsidian, and this is just completely just fun. It does nothing, I don't think, really that you need. But you can do it like a web. You can play it. So it starts with your first point that you made, and then it shows all the connections that you've made, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. I have a lot of stuff in there now, so it's like really big. I think probably the way it is useful is that I can see like nodes that are just sitting out there, not linked to anything. I can go click on them, and I've done some of this, but not a lot. Like, okay, what is this node? What is not linked to something? Because like everything in my world is linked somewhere, so I can then link it. But, really, it's just fun to watch it grow from a tiny little node that spiderweb out to all these other links everywhere. So, but alrighty. I will get another question up after we start on the next sprint. We're at 4 o'clock my time, 4:16. So we've got a couple more hours left. 5, 7, 2 hours, 40 some minutes left. So that's at least 2 more sprints. Probably is just 2 more sprints that we have, unless we're like close to 7 o'clock, but don't want to talk a whole lot. So then we might do a shorter sprint at the end. But For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everybody else, we'll get started in the next 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I thought I was going to start writing the next chapter because I did quite a bit of brainstorming last time. But then I started rearranging my brainstorming into something that looked like an outline and adding more and actually adding some dialogue. Although I don't know if I'll keep it all. So I'm just counting this as more brainstorming. I have a little bit more that I need to fill out and then probably get to writing the chapter on the next sprint. But in the brainstorming, which is all speech to text, is 2,512 words. Let's see how you guys did. I'm also eating. My hubby brought me some food. Where did I leave off? I didn't mark it, huh? I didn't mark it. I think we were talking about Notion and Obsidian and how they both kind of work like as a wiki with links and backlinks and linking things together. That's one of the things I love since I work with families because I can link them all together and the story that they're in, and that is super useful. Andy stopped by. Hello, hugging like button. Thank you so much. Emma says hi. Melissa, hello. I'll be here for the last 2 hours. Nice. Yeah, we'll have one more full sprint, an hour, and then probably a shorter one to take us out to the 7 o'clock hour for me. That's central. And hey, Andy and Emma. Hello, Melissa. I found an amazing source that really strengthens, supports the context I'm setting up. Nice. That's always awesome when you can, it's almost like you've come across information, but then trying to find a source that really supports it. Sometimes I was pulling out my hair because I'm like, I know I read this somewhere. Where did I read it? But I'll have a folder with all this research in it. And yeah, so I'm glad you're able to find it. Going to spend the next sprint working on pulling the threads together. I finished my edit and started drafting, but now I've lost all my energy. Oh no, it took me. Well, at least you got some progress done. So hopefully you'll get some energy back, when you need it to start again. So, and the question that I put up here, have you ever had a side character completely take over a story, and what did you do about it? And I've never had a side character take over a story of mine, but I've had some really strong side characters that I had to reevaluate their role in the story, because the stronger you make a side character, the more important they are. And of course, side characters, I mean, these could be, I think when most of us think side character, we think like a major side character, but you also have minor side characters, and they each fulfill a different role. And sometimes those roles can have names depending on the genre you're writing. So sometimes I have to reevaluate exactly how strong a side character is, and if I need to possibly take away some of that strength a little bit. I don't know if that really makes sense, but what I can say is that for this last book that I wrote, so the love couple is Emmy and Edmar. Now there is, Edmar has a best friend named Rivas. Rivas is actually under his own, he's got his own motivations and things that he's doing. And it really, really doesn't have anything to do with Emmy, but he's been giving an order of something that he has to do to get Emmy out of Edmar's life. So they actually leave together, and it's not anything. They're not. They don't even like each other at this point, and they're not friends. They don't ever become friends. But some of the dialogue and the interaction, it made it start seem like it was like an enemies to lovers, and there was nothing between them at all. But as I was writing the dialogue, I was like, this would be a really great banter for actual enemies to lovers story. And so I kind of took all that dialogue out and saved it, because I thought this can be another story. This could be a different story. And I just had to change I had to keep I needed the same stuff to be said, because it talked about why they didn't like each other, while also revealing part of their motivations for what each of them were doing on their, their individual reasons for what they were doing. And both of it came down to, or it all came down to, that they both loved Edmar, and they were both betraying him for their own reasons, but it was for very specific things. And then they couldn't stand the other person for betraying Edmar, basically. So, but yeah. And I didn't have any of my readers but one who marked something on I think it was the beta draft. So this was pretty much the final version where she had put it on there. I feel like some of this could actually point to a relationship that could happen between these two. And so I had wrote her back because I say thank you to all my readers. And I tried to point out something specific that they wrote, whether it was helpful or just interesting. And so when I wrote back my letter to her to say thank you, I said, it was actually worse. So I tried really, really hard to make it seem like that. No, they don't like each other and they're never going to like each other. And it ends with them not being friends when they part ways. So yeah, so that I had to worry about. And so what I did about it, right, I just took out dialogue that was that could point to like a relationship between them. So Haley got 744 words that time. This chapter involves a kiss scene, and I'm so excited to write it. Kiss scenes are awesome. I love all the stuff that you can do leading up to a kiss scene to get that tension going. Answer 8. I don't think I've ever had a side character take over a story, but I've had a lot that seem to demand their own story. That was my first answer when I was thinking about the answer to this. I've had many side characters that demanded their own story. I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about, as part of my Kickstarter, one of the stretch goals that we met was what I called What Happened Next, because there are lots of side characters in my second book that all have their own motivations and things going on, all of it affecting what's happening overall in this series. And I wrote down a list as I was writing the book. And I was coming to the end of it, actually. I started writing down a list of side characters that could have like their own little stories and what they were doing. How many did I say? 5. 5 side characters that each could have their own little story. And I had decided on one of them that I thought would be the most impactful for that What Happened Next story, which I've written that short story already, but I need to revise it still. But yeah, sometimes they demand their own story. I'm reading. I started doing book reviews again, and I need to get this one finished. I always get anxiety from doing book reviews now that I'm a writer. I never did book reviews before I was a writer, except for what I had to do for school. But I always get anxious, because no matter how much I may or may not like a book, I know how much it takes that writer to get those words down, to create a whole story, and then to get it out to the world, whichever format they go, whether they go traditional or self-published. It is a lot of work to go through to get it out there. And so even if I don't necessarily like a story, I don't think I could ever say anything negative about a story. I might say this, I think I've done this before, but I say this part for me didn't work for me as well, but it might work for readers who really like this or something like that. But I usually just don't go into too many specifics about why I don't like a story. So I don't think I could actually ever do book reviews, publish book reviews on YouTube or whatnot. I've done some, right? The reviews that you do for books on Amazon and whatnot, Barnes and Noble. I've done a few of those as part of being part of ARC teams. I'm almost applied to do a workshop of developing side characters people love for the AWC, but I'm running a collab this year and wasn't sure I'd have time to put it together. Are you still in that position? I'm only asking because we had quite a few applications for guest speakers, but we had quite probably the largest number that we've had in any of the years. Last year we had 0, which was like a fluke. I told Devin, she was first on with us last year, I was like, this is a fluke. This never happens. But every year when we have the applications and then we contact the speakers to let them know that they've been accepted to speak at the AWC, we always have a few who say, oh, something came up, or I'm not gonna be able to do it, or conflicting stuff. Something always comes up, right? Things happen because the applications are put in well in advance, 6-7 months in advance. So, life is life. It does what it does. And so, but this year we've had a large number of people that when I've sent the emails out and they said they can't do it, it interfere, they had something come up or whatever. And so it has been enough that even the applications that weren't initially accepted have been moved up that's my dinner, to now being accepted, all of our applications. And so everybody who applied got accepted now. And I feel I just sent the last round of acceptances out for guest speakers. if any of them say they can't do it, now we're going to have open spots. And as it is, now we have open spots in our speakers because we have 9 spots for speakers. And I think we only have like 3 or 4 people who are still on the list. And I haven't even reached out to them yet. And if I reach out to them and they say they can't do it, or if 1 or 2 of them say they can't do it, we're going to have a lot of open spots. So if you think you might still want to do it, we could probably get you in there. Okay. Next one is you're making great progress, CJ from Melissa. Working on a secret project here. What secret project? Oh, Andy, I saw your last video too, but I feel like I didn't leave a comment because I was getting ready to leave a comment and then something came up and I had to run. And then I got back and I closed it down and I thought, did I leave a comment? But well, maybe it was not your last video, but I saw the one where you were saying you're going to try to traditionally publish your fiction, which is really cool. 100% agree. Most readers don't appreciate how much work goes into publishing a book. It's a lot of work. I finished editing my video during that sprint. Nice. Are you going to, you just had a video come out, didn't you? I feel like I just saw one of your videos. I get so many notifications. I'm not seeing JC in my notifications, but I feel like I just saw it. Oh, Michael Laron put up a new video. I get way too many videos here, or too many notifications. I've gone through and started like, okay, I know I'm not gonna be able to see any of their videos anytime soon. So I started unsubscribing, not unsubscribing. What's that called? Clicking the all, what's it called? Oh, yeah, I don't remember. Trying to find the button where it says you subscribe and all notifications or something like that. So I've started just changing those to not getting the notifications because I can't keep up. So yeah, you may have to reach out to people for the open slots. I have thought about it because since the applications have closed, I have come across quite a few channels that are brand new to me, and they're small channels and they're awesome. Oh my God, there's just one guy. He is so good. I think he's going to do really well. I don't even know if I can remember. I did put on all notifications from some of these people, but there's a couple that have what? Oh, I'm like, what am I looking at? Yeah. So anyways, I thought about reaching out to them. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I have too much going on here. Too much on the screen. I can't keep up with my brain. But yeah, so I thought about that, reaching out to some of those newer channels that I've come across. And some of them are kind of small, and then they may not even know about the conference, and seeing if they want to take some of those open slots. I haven't done it yet. I do want to get the last round of acceptances out, which I won't be sending those until Wednesday of this coming week. So let me look at my calendar. I can let you know if you need someone. Well, I definitely need more speakers. That is a smaller slot. That is a 25 minute time slot. I think it's a 25-minute time slot. I have a feeling we're going to have another guest speaker spot, which is the hour time slot. But if you take off the time, it's 55 minutes, right? Because we're trying to keep 5 minutes for, as a buffer if we can. To Andy, that's the most secretive type emoji I could find. I love it. I'm working on a workshop I'll be presenting this Thursday. Wait, did you just say what your workshop was? Was it about characters? No. Did you say what it was, Melissa? I don't know if you said anything about it. Love to know what you're doing. I use the hamburger method, sandwiching any negatives between 2 positives. It's rare for me to give less than 4 stars, even more rare for me to give fewer than that. Yeah. I know there was a book I read that if I was to leave a review or stars, I would have given it 1 star. But I didn't do it. Nope, didn't do it. Oops, my videos come out every Monday. I feel like they come out more often than that. I see your notification, unless I'm getting notifications late. That's a thing. I have been getting notifications late because I swear I just got one from you not too long ago. This is a really good method, sandwiching any negatives between 2 positives. It's a psychology thing. I don't remember exactly what the number is. I think it's 7. So if we're like, and this is like when you're thinking about the self, any negative thought that you have, you need to, it's like sandwiching it, but you need to put in 7 positive thoughts. I think 7's the number, but I really don't know if I remember that correctly. So anything that's negative, you need to think of 7 positive things to counterbalance it. Why negative is so much heavier, I don't know. Very secret, says Andy. Hiya, Kara. Hi, JC. I didn't say, okay, it's a trauma-informed productivity workshop. Okay. Does it have to do with writing? No, probably not. I'm thinking it's not to do with writing. I think about it because all my characters basically have trauma. But when I was talking with Michael Evans, he was like, you probably don't want to say trauma when you're trying to describe your book, because that is like its own trigger or something like that. I don't remember what he said, but that's what I remember in my head. And he was like, think of like, well, he said a cuss word. I use the poop emoji for it. So the other name for that. And I was like, well, what about stuff? So now I just say stuff. I have characters who go through stuff. I have characters who've been through stuff, who go through stuff and have to deal with their stuff. That's what I've been thinking in my head recently. That's not anywhere, but that's what I've been thinking in my head recently. That could be like part of my tagline. Right now, it's just I write about broken characters who face adversity to become better versions of themselves. But it's all trauma related. Hellos. Yes. The poo sandwich. Hi. Hey, Andy. It's about techniques I use to make time for my own writing, but the workshop itself can be applied to work or life. Interesting. That could be a good presentation for the AWC too. I don't know how long it is, but yeah, I will know by the end of, no, not this week, but the next week. I'll know what spots we have open that are still open in the AWC. I know we have speaker spots, which is the smaller time slots. Alrighty. Did I answer it? Yes, I did answer question 8. We're going to do, you know what? It might be just one more sprint. An hour long. That'll take us to 6:33 my time. Come back and chat. That's not going to be enough time to do any type of sprint. Like 10 minutes. That's probably not going to be worth it. So I think this might be the last one, depending on if all of y'all go away and there's nobody here to talk to, then I'll do another sprint when I get back. But if there's still people here and we're talking, this will probably be the last sprint. So 1 hour on the clock. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, wait, was this the last? I think that was the last. No, I got one more. Okay, I got a dragon timer left. I got one more timer left. That's 60 minutes. So it'll work. All right, for everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do? I need to calculate my last few words. I did just a little bit more brainstorming. And then started writing the next chapter. 1191 altogether. Yeah. So, wow. Okay, a lot of comments. See how you guys did. Left off here. Well, actually here. Oh, well, I could probably adapt to it for a shorter time if you think it'd be helpful. Just let me know. Talking about possibly doing a presentation for the Author Tube Writing Conference, which I was like, for sure, if you can do that shorter time, would be great. Would love to. I know I definitely need speakers. So, I mean, either it's going to be an empty slot or if we can find someone to fill it, I would love to fill it with your presentation if you think you can do it. And Andy said, I'm staying as long as I can, but likely log off before the next stream is over. I appreciate that. And then Margaret has my email address and phone number if you think it could help with your attendees. I definitely think it could be helpful. CJ says, thanks, Melissa. The work is slow, but moments like finding a good source feel good for sure. Makes the long hours of scrolling through archives worth it, right? I'll ask Margaret to share my contact info with you. Thank you for your interest. Yeah, no, I would love to have you. You got this, CJ, from Andy. And you're like an academic archaeologist. I love that. Academic archaeologist. And I like alliteration. So those two together is awesome. CJ is very smart. Yes. Just a lot of hard work, but I definitely feel much more knowledgeable than when I started. So that's something. Yes, it is. So modest. Gwenna says, seems like I missed a fun day. I hope y'all were super productive. Sending love. Yeah, it was very productive. I should add up. Where's my, okay. What did I do for the day? I'm gonna put this all together. And there wasn't like a whole lot of revising. I did brainstorming and drafting chapters. So revising, it's going to have to come much later. Where am I at? Okay. 1802. $16,548 words altogether. Now, roughly half of that is brainstorming. So only half of that is in my actual document. But yeah. So it was very productive. I'm happy because I have not written that much in like 2 months. No, probably less than 2 months. I definitely have not written that in the last few weeks. But Kat says, hey, Shannon, friends in the chat. Hello, Kat. I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago, but thank you for stopping in if you're not still here. Andy, you changed your name. He did. He lost his self. So instead of self-published with Andy, he is now published with Andy. It startled me, Andy. Howdy, peeps, says Jocelyn. Hello, hello, hellos. Lots of hellos. I'm hopping off to go eat dinner. I just had my dinner. And it's a good evening for sure. Have a good evening, Kat. Have a good one, Kat. I'm glad you guys caught her before she left out. Hello, Jocelyn. How did this sprint go so fast, right? I don't understand it. I felt like it went by fast too because this chapter is not done. And I feel like I can't stop here, but I have date plans with my husband after this. So I have to stop here. But I do have the rest of the chapter outlined. So you and your time shifting, Melissa, and published with Andy. Some drafting, then spent some time setting up trackers for next Heart Breathing's Rough Draft Challenge, using it for finishing thesis drafting and revisions once I send in for committee review. Do you know when your committee review is? Is that near the end of the semester? Where are we at? We are in March. Probably coming up really fast, isn't it? Still haven't found myself, by the way. Haley says 958 words. Wow. Almost 4K for the day. Awesome. And I'm not done yet. See, I feel like that. I'm not done yet either, but I had date plans, so I have to be done. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Joanne. Published with Andy. Trust me, a lot of us are still looking. And, congrats. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I'm happy because I have not written this much in a very long time. I am just so very happy to get words in. Yeah. I'm glad. I will want to do another day like this probably soon, but not in the next couple of weeks because I have a few things going on, meetings and my son's graduation, my oldest son graduating from medical military course. And then I have stuff that I have to, maybe April 19th, because I'm so far behind on my word count goal for the year. And this has definitely given me a lot to work toward getting closer to my word count goal. Fun plan, Shannon, reward after a long productive day. Yes, exactly. I was a bit concerned when we first made the plans that I might be too tired, but I still feel ready to go. So I'm not too tired. Not necessarily a specific date set, but I want to get it sent in to at least get some commentary. Will they look at it over the summer, or do you have to like get that in before the end of the semester or wait until next semester? I don't know how yours is working. Congrats. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. I appreciate that, Joanne. I know I just asked a question. Oh, yeah, the question here that I had up. Do you find it easier to write characters who are like you or completely different from you? And I suppose I'm giving two choices, but it's really a spectrum. Because I write on a spectrum of that. I don't think I have any characters who are exactly like me. There are some characters who are closer to me than any of the other characters. Kind of interesting to say, it's both the main characters in both the first books of both of my series. So Lily, she actually starts her story off non-verbal, voluntarily non-verbal, because when she lost her sister, it was kind of like a punishment for herself, although I never really say that, but she's voluntarily non-verbal. And, you know, it's trauma related. And I went through a stage like that. I was non-verbal for almost a year. And it was after Hurricane Andrew, and we had moved. We lost our house to Hurricane Andrew, and we had lived outside for a little while. And I got really sick. I ended up staying with a stranger. There was a couple that we don't know who they were. They let me stay with them while I recovered, and my parents were allowed to come visit me once a day. And then we moved out of state, and I started attending new school, and I didn't talk. I said one thing, I think, during this semester, toward the end of the year, and the students were all like, they literally gasped, like the whole room gasping, she talks. Now you wouldn't know because I talk too much, but I was nonverbal for a while, voluntarily. And yeah, although she's very athletic and good with weapons, and I like to think that I was good with weapons at some point, but now I know that I only once ever got an, what is that? Sharpshooter. What's the top one? No, it's not marksman. Marksman's the bottom one. Whatever the top one is, I got that one only once. It's later that I found out that I have depth perception issues, and there's a reason why I didn't always get all the targets when I was shooting with my weapon when I was in the military. But she's really good with weapons. That's not me. And then Ari, she just has a lot of grew up with people making fun of her and, you know, the way she looks and everything, and putting her down all the time. So that was kind of like my childhood. And from every corner, although her mom was very physically abusive with her, there were some kind of harsh punishments in my household, but not like that. But yeah, went to school, got beat up, got home, got beat up. So by my brother, he had issues. And then faced punishment from my dad getting home because he was mad every day he got home, and we did something wrong every day. So yeah, every corner something was wrong. And so I kind of built that into Ari. Yeah, those are the ones that are somewhat like me. And then I did give Ari my counting, because I count and add and subtract and just numbers. Numbers is a thing. She uses it as a coping mechanism for anxiety. I didn't use it for that, but I did give her my numbers thing. But yeah, I would say like the book I'm writing now, Nira, is not like me at all. And Rose from my first series, that's the second book, character, not like me at all. Both of them are very like strong characters that they do what they want to do, and they typically make good choices. Rose didn't make a good choice there for a little bit, but yeah, just characters like people that I wish I could have been growing up. I'm not them. So yeah, so I think mine's on a spectrum. Okay, where am I at? I think it was here. If anyone wants to stream hop, I'm having a writer sprint with author E.L. Summers here on. So okay, awesome. Thank you for dropping the link, Joanne. Thank you for the stream and the company, Shannon. Thank you for being here with me, JC. I really appreciate it. Not sure yet. Might go into the summer. Okay. I'm just focused on getting the draft done right now. Otherwise I get okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overwhelm you for me asking questions. I just didn't know how that worked. I'm sorry if I did that. I know it could be very overwhelming. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here, Andy. Thanks for being here, Morningstar. And you made it through a lot. I did. That's why I write about broken characters who face adversity to become better versions of themselves. That's why all my characters are like that, because of things I face. And so ways to deal with it, I guess. And okay, I think that brings it's not quite 7 o'clock, but we did it. It's 12 hours. We're going to call it. Thank you everyone for joining me today. I will be back on Monday with marathon sprints, 1-hour-long sprints for about half a day, usually about 5 hours, not 12. So thank you everyone for joining me, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye.